Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right. All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and get started with Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. It is the Southgate special meeting for Tuesday, June 23rd. It is now 5 p.m. Madam Clerk,
Mayor Barron,
present.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Present.
Speaker. Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present,
City Attorney Salinas.
nearby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to ask that we bring up item number 6 up ahead, just because Father Angel is actually getting ready to move the entire office that he has, and I know he's pressed in time. So is Father Angel here? I know he had requested it to be the first thing to be done. I thought I saw him in the hallway. Is he there? Okay, they're getting him. Yes, go ahead and read it into the record.
The City Council will issue a certificate of appreciation to Father Angel.
Yeah, I saw him in the hallway.
Maybe somebody needs to let them know. Yeah, somebody's getting them right now.
Sorry, everybody. You know, Madam Clerk, while we wait, we'll go ahead and go on to item number 1 instead.
Introduction of new and promoted employees. The City Council will consider receiving and filing a list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during the month of April and May 2026.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Tonight, we will be introducing the new and hired employees for the months of April and May 2026. As a result of the city's current 9.4 million structural deficit, the city has removed 32 positions from departments throughout the city. This still leaves over 300 positions that are essential to provide city services and that are funded in our new budget. Thus, any positions listed in this presentation of newly hired or promoted individuals are for positions that are part of this reduced budgeted workforce. I would now like to pass it on to our Director of Administrative Services, Luis Frausto.
Just before Lewis starts, I forgot to introduce Mara Lopez, our HR analyst, who's filling in as several of our HR managers are on vacation. But thank you, Mara, for stepping in. Back to Lewis.
Yes. So if actually, could we go on to the next one? I'll come right back to Belinda. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. It's my honor to introduce recently promoted employees. I'll start with Lieutenant Christopher Dahlia. Lieutenant Dahlia began his career as a reserve police officer in August of 1994. Became a police recruit in 1996, and later that year, May 13, 1996, he became a police officer. He was an officer for a few years, and then in 1998, he became a motor officer. In 2015, he became a field training officer, training new officers. On January 29th of 2012, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant. And most recently, on April 19th of this year, he became a lieutenant. Currently, he is the watch commander on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday graveyards. I will continue with my next employee. So I have 3 employees, and then we can celebrate them at the end. Now, Sergeant Daniel Bernabe, he grew up in Southgate, became a police explorer when he was a young person. I believe he was 16. Then he became a public safety officer in 1999. Became a police recruit in 2001. Became a police officer January 3rd of 2002. In 2013, he became a detective. And in 2018, he became a field training officer. In December of 2024, he became an administrative investigator and recently promoted to the rank of sergeant. And he is the patrol sergeant for the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday graveyard team. My 3rd employee is Andrew Mora Duran. He too grew up in Southgate, was one of our police explorers. He became an hourly community service officer in 2025. And a year later, he promoted to a full-time CSO assigned to the traffic division, where he currently works. He has an Associate of Arts degree in General Studies, in Social and Behavioral Science, and an AS in English from East LA College. And I give you my employees. I don't think any of them, I see Lieutenant Dahlia, Sergeant Bernabe. There they are. So let's congratulate them.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and the public. Tonight, I'm pleased to recognize Belinda Martinez on her promotion with the City of Southgate. Belinda started with us in August of 2021, bringing 25 years of experience in finance and customer service, primarily from the private sector banking industry. Her service is especially meaningful because Southgate is a community where she grew up. Since joining the finance department, Belinda has brought professionalism, a strong customer service background, and a willingness to learn and grow. Her recent promotion reflects her hard work, experience, and continued commitment to the city. Outside of work, Belinda enjoys traveling, attending Dodger games with her family, hiking, and helping reunite lost dogs with their owners. Belinda, congratulations on your well-deserved promotion, and we are grateful for your service and look forward to your continued success with the city.
Public Works.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the City Council, I have a few employees to introduce today. First, it's William Martinez. I'm pleased to introduce him. He began employment with the city in July of 2023 as a part-time maintenance helper in the Streets Division. In May 2026, he was promoted to the position of a streets maintenance worker. William brings both experience and familiarity with the community to his role as he is a lifelong Southgate resident. And in his free time, he enjoys video gaming, going on long walks, and hiking. Please help me welcome William. Yes, I'm also pleased to introduce Mr. Austin Obero. Austin began employment with the city in May of 2026. He joined the city as a street maintenance worker and is assigned to the Streets Division, where he works with the sewer crew. Austin brings valuable skills and experience to the team. He also holds a plumbing certificate and an OSEA certified. In his free time, Austin enjoys deep sea fishing, playing basketball, and trying new food. Please help me welcome Austin Obero. And Jason is a longtime city employee. He began his employment with the city in October 2011 as a distribution operator. He was promoted to the Cross Connection Control Specialist in April of 2026. In his role, Jason oversees the Cross Connection Control Program, manages citywide backflow prevention devices, and coordinates inspections. Jason holds a California State Water Resources Control Board Distribution Grade 3 certification. He holds a water treatment grade 2 certification, a backflow prevention assembly tester certification, and a cross-connection control specialist certification. Has more certifications than I do, that's for sure. In his free time, Jason enjoys reading, participating in outdoor activities, and spending time with his family. Please help me congratulate Jason Trucks on his promotion. And lastly, Carla Young. Carla Young replaced Liz Sendejas. You might remember Liz Sendejas, who retired recently. She began employment with the city in October 2022 as an office assistant. She immediately displayed a strong work ethic, commitment, and ability to consistently get the job done. She was recently promoted to the Special Projects Coordinator and is assigned to the Engineering Division. In this role, she will handle a variety of administrative tasks while gaining the experience and skills needed to grow into a management analyst role. Carla is a pleasure to work with, and in her free time, she enjoys spending time with family and friends and traveling. Please help me welcome Carla Young. Thank you.
Really want to thank all the employees that are getting promoted, and thank you for your commitment to our community. And yes, it is a very difficult time for a lot of us here today, and a lot of us here in our staff. And to see that we are hiring people and that we're having promotions happen in our city is great, but it is still difficult to see when we're having to make these very tough decisions today. But congratulations to you, and thank you for your commitment to our community. Madam Clerk, can we go to item number 6, please?
The City Council will issue a certificate of appreciation to Father Angel. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm going to just move in this item just because I know Father Angel Castro is really busy, and I know he's blessed us with his presence here today. And we want to make sure we have an opportunity to thank him. If you're not aware, Father Angel will be leaving our parish on to other services, and he's, want to have an opportunity to just thank him and to issue him this certificate of appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate. Father Angel, in sincere appreciation and gratitude for your faithful service, spiritual leadership, and dedication to your parish, St. Helen Church. Through your guidance, compassion, and commitment to servicing others, you have touched countless lives, strengthened the faith of our community. As you begin this new chapter at another parish, we extend our heartfelt thanks for the positive impact you've made and the lasting memories you've left behind. Your service and devotion will be remembered with gratitude and admiration, with best wishes and continuing blessings and success in your future ministry. Signed by the Mayor, Joshua Barron. Father Angel, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Pa donde? Thank you so much. And in humility, I do my service as a priest. And it's been 13 years since I came to St. Helens as the pastor. Less gray hair, but thank you. It's been an honor to serve our community. And as is instilled in our hearts as shepherds, we do not only shepherd or service Catholics, we are of service for everybody. Para todos somos un servidor, and like also all of you, that public servants, so, and the huge responsibility that we carry with our people in our community. So, de verdad, gracias. Thank you so much for your generosity and the generosity of this beautiful city. I will greatly miss the St. Helens. It's not easy. I thought I was very good getting rid of stuff, but as I am packing, I forgot the count of how many boxes I have. So pray for me. At the end of the month, a new pastor will be coming to St. Helen. And I'm praying for him, Father Naum, and for the community of Southgate. Verdaderamente un privilegio. It's a privilege to serve. Gracias. Thank you. Thank you.
Father Angel, if I could just say something really quick, just a personal message from my daughter. She wanted me to just tell you thank you for being such a great presence at St. Helen Catholic School for her. You did her Holy Communion there for her school. You also did my daughter's quinceañera mass. You've been a major piece in our family, and thank you so much for being that for us, and thank you for being such a beautiful person for my daughter and her school there at St. Helen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you.
Can we take a photo?
And Mayor, would we be able to, after that picture, when you folks are down there, any of the newly promoted staff could join for a second picture?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we take the picture, I want to take the opportunity to thank Father Angel for his years of service. And as you mentioned, you just didn't give to the city of Southgate. You help a lot of other cities. And one of the things that I remember a lot, it's when you were remodeling the church, new benches. You did so much in that parish. You really did a lot. A lot of you did the baptism, that, and then outside in the parking lot, the fountain, you just did a lot of great projects, to the parish of St. Helens. And I just want to thank you because the church from where I was born got some of those benches, which is in Villamar, Michoacan. They got some of those benches, and I want to thank you for that contribution because I remember when they were asking for it, you didn't say no, say just come and pick them up. So I want to thank you for that and your guidance. I want to thank you for your guidance that you've been giving me throughout the years. It really, it touches my heart, especially when my mom passed away. I just want to thank you for that because it just overwhelmed my heart. Y gracias, Dios lo bendiga, como dice usted. Recen por mí. Y usted ora por mí. Gracias. Miss, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, also, thank you for continuing with the tradition of the procession to the Virgen de Guadalupe. Not only did I have a lot of good memories from how you continued with it, but some of my clothes still smell of the incense this far out. But you handled it real well, and it's a great thing to have when you can get people to join into a cultural and spiritual event like that. So again, thank you so much for continuing with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Father Angel, what can I say? You have been that beacon, that light for all of our Southgate residents in times of happiness, marriages, baptisms, and in our times of hurt, when we've lost a lot of loved ones during COVID and thereafter. But you also go out of your way to make sure that you're there for the sick and for the homeless in providing that. So I know that the new father that's going to be coming in has big shoes to fill, literally. So from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of my family, thank you. Thank you for everything that you've given us. You've given the community of Southgate. We will continue to pray for you, but I know that your prayers have gone a long ways in making sure that Southgate stays resilient, even though we all go through heartbreaks. So thank you with that, and blessings.
Father Angel, thank you for your service. 11 years here in the community, and you've done an exemplary job of, shepherding our community through faith and guidance. And I know that this is kind of, you see it as a going away, but it's also promotion for you, I think. You're going to the Archdiocese, you're going to be serving other counties. And so, and I think that's part because of your blessings you've given us in the community. And we pray for you in the future. And thank you for all the prayers here in the community.
All right, Madam Clerk, item number 2.
The city council will consider receiving and filing a list of employees retiring and/or separating from the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And would this be the city manager?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, Council, community members. As we've just seen, we have a organization of the city of Southgate that's been around for the city itself over 100 years, and the organization to keep it running has been around just as long through ups and downs. We've seen we always have some kind of flow of new hires and retirements happening in usual years, but in this year we've struggled, as people have heard, with a budget shortfall that's very large. We've had to do some dramatic staffing adjustments, budget adjustments, and starting in July, some significant service reductions. As part of that, we've tried to be creative and compassionate to our staff to try to make those adjustments in a way that can have the least impact to the great people that work for our city, that put their hearts and souls into serving our community. And with that, although we've reduced our overall headcount of 32 of over 340 staff, we reduced it by 32 positions over the last 18 months. We, in using a bunch of techniques of freezing positions and offering some early retirement incentives, we're able to make that transition and those reductions with only having 2 people in a layoff position, the others taking early retirement or lateral positions within the city. So we are trying to make bad news as good as possible. I think hopefully that is, I feel proud of the work that's been done to take those steps. But with that, we're seeing some great people. Some of them, moving on because they have to with the budget. Others making decisions maybe to retire a little earlier than they were going to try to free up space for those that are remaining. So there's been some great sacrifice and some, compassion shown by all layers of our organization. So I just want to thank everybody who's served at this community, who's put in the work to try to make these adjustments work and keep the services working. But right now, we want to take advantage of an opportunity to recognize all the people that by the end of this week will be moving on to new adventures, the majority of them in retirement, after serving the city in great time. So we're going to highlight those folks with some photos, a few words. And for those folks that have chose to attend, we're going to honor them with a photo at the end. And so with that, I'll jump into the list with a pass over to Louis Frosto, our Administrative Services Director.
Great. Thank you so much. Again, Mayor, members of the Council, I want to first bring or honor Cynthia here. I'm pleased to recognize Cynthia Lamb for her many years of dedicated service to the City of Southgate. Cynthia's connection to the city began in 1991 when she started as a part-time employee in the finance department while attending Cal State Pomona, where she majored in computer science. Even then, Cynthia used her technical skills to support the budget function, including work on Lotus 123, which is the predecessor or what was existing before Office 365, to help organize information and improve operations. In 1995, Cynthia began full-time with the city as an intermediate account clerk in finance. And in that role, she supported bank reconciliations, payroll, budget work, and other important finance projects. After several years, she transferred to the city's IT function, where she helped staff with access to phones, computers, accounting systems, and other technology needs. In 2010, Cynthia returned to finance, where she worked in accounts payable for many years before moving into accounts receivable, where she has continued to serve the city. Cynthia's work has been recognized not once, but twice, as she received the city's Employee of the Year award in 2011 and 2018. That says a great deal about the consistency, the quality, and professionalism that she's brought to her work. As Cynthia enters retirement, she plans to take it easy and focus on her home, her health, and her family. Cynthia, thank you for your many years of service, your technical skill, and your steady commitment to the City of Southgate. Congratulations on your retirement. All right. Next, we have Irma. So tonight, it is also my honor to recognize Irma Martinez for more than 30 years of dedicated service to the City of Southgate. Irma first joined the city in 1990 as an hourly employee. After a brief departure, she returned on February 6, 1992 as an intermediate account clerk, beginning what would become a remarkable career in service to this community. Over the years, Irma has served in several key roles within the finance department, including the water division, accounts receivable, billing, parking citation processing, and customer service. In each of these assignments, Irma brought patience, professionalism, and a genuine care for the people that she served. Anyone who has worked with Irma knows that her greatest strength has always been her heart. She has a warm personality, strong communication skills, and a steady presence that has made her especially effective in helping Southgate's diverse residents and customers. As the organization changed, Irma continued to step up. She continued to support transitions in business license and water divisions. She shared acting supervisory responsibilities after our previous customer service supervisor retired, and in 2024 was reclassified and promoted as a senior customer service representative. Irma will retire on June 25th, just a few days from now. On behalf of the City of Southgate, we thank her for her loyalty, her kindness, and her many years of meaningful service. Irma, congratulations on your retirement. You've made a lasting impact on this organization and this community. I have one more employee who's also retiring. It is also my honor to recognize Mary Ramirez for her years of dedicated service to the city of Southgate. Mary began her career on December 24, 2006, when she was hired as a civilian custody officer with the police department. In that role, she served in a demanding public safety environment that required professionalism, sound judgment, and reliability. In 2009, Mary was promoted to police records specialist, continuing her service in the police department and supporting the important records functions that help keep public safety operations organized and responsive. In 2016, Mary transitioned to the finance department as a customer service representative. In that role, she assisted residents and customers directly, helping connect the public with city services and information. Mary was later promoted to a business license clerk in 2020, where she supported local businesses and helped administer an important part of the city's operations. In 2025, she was reclassified to administrative services clerk, the position she holds today. Mary's career reflects a willingness to serve. She has worked in public safety, customer service, business licensing, and administrative services, and each role contributed to the daily operations of the city. Mary, on behalf of the city of Southgate, thank you for your years of service and commitment. Congratulations on your retirement, and we wish you the very best in this next chapter in your life.
Next is in my office. I have a significant change occurring with my administrative staff with 5 staff total in the administrative section. We have 3 leaving at the end of this week. So we have a massive generational change occurring that will be tough to navigate. We will get through it, but we want to appreciate the great folks that have made our city manager's office and city attorney's office roll so well for so many years. First up is Alicia Estrada, who has been working with the city for 32 years. She's the executive assistant to the city manager, my position. She started in 94 and did a number of different things throughout the city, including starting as a typist back in the day when that was a thing, with the code enforcement division in building and safety, moved over and worked in business license in the finance department, ended up in working for some time in the personnel division, which is now the HR department. And then in 2002, ended up in the city manager's office and ended up serving there for, I guess it's 24 of those years. And over the course of the time that she served here, I have a note that she provided support for 14 different city managers. So although the city manager position changed, Alicia is here to have a common foundation for keeping the office running. So we appreciate all the service she's provided and being the face and constant support for myself, for the prior city managers. And we appreciate all the service Alicia's brought to our team, and we wish her the best moving forward. So thank you, Alicia.
And real quick before you go on to the next one, she's a heck of a softball player. So if anybody needs a softball player, I'll volunteer as her agent, okay? Congratulations, Alicia.
Thank you.
The only thing that's against her is that she's a Cubs fan. All right. And she likes the Bears. So, but I blame her husband. So, but yeah, congratulations, Alicia. And I know your husband's excited to have you home now. So we're going to miss you in the office, but you don't have to tell anybody up here who your favorite mayor was, okay?
I thought it was me.
Next, another member of my staff, Deborah Valdez. We call her Debbie around here, but we're all formal tonight. Debbie's been with the city for almost 20 years. A combination of part-time, starting at the city manager's office as a part-time receptionist back in 2006. And then in 2014, changed over to be a full-time member of our team. And Debbie's best known for being the front face of the office. If anyone's ever visited the city manager's office, it kind of sounds like going to the principal's office. So I know not everybody's excited to go there, but it's actually not that scary. And Debbie made sure people knew it wasn't, because she always had a positive, friendly face, took our first level of phone calls, tried to, keep that friendly face when occasionally we have energized folk that have a different opinion than what they might have been given at the city and come in fairly grumpy. But Debbie's managed to live through that and be that great face and been dependable. And we really appreciate her care and consistency at the office for all these years. And we just really appreciate Debbie and her kind ways and her really quiet but pleasant force that she's been at our office for all these years. So we appreciate Debbie, or Deborah in this case, and her years of service. So let's celebrate that. And our next staff member, also from my office, is a shared position that predominantly works with our city attorney. So I'm going to pass the baton to him, who's had much more experience working with her over many, many years. Here we go, Raul.
Thank you very much. I echo your comments about Alicia and Debbie. I mean, worked very closely with them in the administrative office there. I always like to say that sometimes the things that are most important, people that are most important, those not present. And nothing could be further from the truth here, because after working with Dina for 23 of her 26 years at the end of this week, we will part ways. And so for those of us left behind, it's the bitter side of bittersweet. And for Dina, it's the sweet side, I think, of starting a new chapter in her life and knowing that she leaves having done a job well done and caring for the city. Dina did start with the city in 1999, and she was hired as a secretary in the city manager's office. And in 2001, during a particularly turbulent time in the city, and particularly the city manager's office during that time frame, Dina was transferred out, holding true to her values. It caused her to be transferred over to the Parks and Rec department. After there's a recall of the city elected officials in February of 2003, Dina was transferred back, and I had the pleasure to start working with her in December of 2003, and I have loved working with her for the last 23 years. She will be missed tremendously. She did a great service. I described her earlier this morning at a department head meeting as the watch tower, the lighthouse at the edge of a cliff that prevents ships from crashing onto the shores. Dina was there watching the city's back, watching the city attorney's back, watching to make sure that the city was running smoothly and taking care of the city business. She did that also during the day, but in the evening, she was the voice of the city. She was our translator here for over 2 decades, providing service at the city council meetings, often late into the evening, often without break, translating and doing an exceptional job. We will miss Dina, but I know that she leaves with her head high, knowing she has done a job well done, and the city will remain in her debt of gratitude for many years to come. So thank you, Dina.
We'll pass the baton over to Community Development, Gabriel Perez.
Okay, so I'd like to recognize Olivia Martinez, and I just learned that the first part of her name is Maria not too long ago. Olivia, are you here? I knew you were on your way. Okay, well, are you willing to stand up? If you want to stand up. But if you want to stay standing, all right. There, Olivia, in 1994 to 1995, Olivia worked part-time hourly for the Department of Parks and Recreation and for the Business License Division. Olivia was hired by the Department of Building and Safety in 1995 as a permit technician. She obtained certification as a permit technician issued by the ICC, International Code Council. She was a key person in the implementation of the new permit computer systems for building and safety that included Naviline, HDL EdgeSoft, Prior to these systems, everything was done manually at the counter. Olivia's experience and dedication were instrumental during her tenure in the larger projects for our city, such as Azalea, El Paseo, Crossroads, Sola Apartments, and Pathway Villas. Olivia, I know your fellow employees don't want you to leave, but they're happy about your retirement as well. And just want to acknowledge you for all your hard work, because I know your work and your service to the community and to the residents is really important to you. So thank you for your service.
We'll pass it over to Human Resources. Mara.
It is my honor to recognize Thurman Green. Thurman came to the city after working for the Los Angeles International Airport's Risk Management Division for 18 years. Mr. Green's employment with the City of Southgate began on March 28, 2023, and he played a vital role in establishing the city's Risk Management Division, overseeing the city's workers' compensation programs, managing claims and litigation, administering the city's insurance programs and cost recovery, and supporting our overall risk mitigation efforts. He also served as the city's representative on the Independent Cities Risk Management Authority, where he represented the city with professionalism and integrity. Mr. Green was a tremendous team member of the Human Resources Department and will be greatly missed. The city wishes him the best in his future endeavors.
Over to our Police Department, Chief Arona.
So with mixed emotions, I announced the retirement of 3 dedicated members of our police department whose years of service have made a lasting impact on both our police department and the community that we serve. I'll start off with Sean Palos. So Sean began his career with the City of Southgate back in October of 2013 as he was working for the Parks and Recs department. He joined the Southgate Police Department on March 20th, 2018 as the department's crime prevention specialist. During his time in the police department, he managed the Neighborhood Watch program and coordinated numerous community engagement initiatives, including the Community Emergency Response Team, which is the CERT program, our Family Day in the Park, National Night Out, Red Ribbon Week, many school activities, Coffee with the Cops, and countless community meetings. Sean helped foster trust, collaboration, and communication between the department and the residents we proudly serve. Sean's last day with the city was May 9th, 2026. Our next employee is Bill Sear. Bill began his career with the Southgate Police Department on July 9th, 2007, when he was hired as the crime analyst for the police department. Throughout his distinguished career, Bill played an essential role in supporting the department's crime-fighting efforts through intelligence gathering, analysis, and strategic planning. Bill reviewed thousands of crime reports and provided critical intelligence regarding crime patterns, trends, and emerging public safety concerns. His work enabled the department to deploy resources more effectively to areas experiencing elevated crime activity. In addition, Bill assisted our police detectives in solving thousands of criminal investigations over the years. His dedication, professionalism, and commitment to excellence made him an invaluable member of our police department. And my last employee is Sergeant Juan, who we call J-Rod Rodriguez. Sergeant Rodriguez joined the Southgate Police Department on October 2003 after serving 3 years with the Los Angeles County Police Department. During his more than 2 decades serving our city, J-Rod served in a variety of assignments, including patrol officer, general detective, narcotics detective assigned to a DA task force, and field training officer. His dedication to professional growth and leadership led to his promotion to the rank of police sergeant, where he supervised patrol operations before being assigned as the sergeant in charge of the General Investigations Unit. Beyond his operational assignments, J-Rod made a profound impact on the department's Explorer program as he mentored, motivated, and inspired many young police explorers who eventually became police officers. Throughout his career, J-Rod exemplified leadership, compassion, and commitment to serving both community and fellow employees. His contributions to the Southgate Police Department will have a lasting impact, and he will be greatly missed. Thank you.
Pass it over to Public Works to Arturo Cervantes.
Mayor and council members, I'm pleased to recognize Oscar Munoz, who's here with us tonight. Oscar dedicated over 34 years of service to the city. He began his career as a meter reader in 1992 and advanced through numerous positions within the water division to his current role as a water distribution supervisor. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated a strong commitment to maintaining reliable water services and supporting the city's infrastructure needs. In addition to his leadership responsibilities, Oscar has contributed to staff training, safety initiatives, and the implementation of the division's GIS work order system. His experience, dedication, and institutional knowledge made him a valued member of the Public Works team and an important contributor to the community he serves. Congratulations to Oscar on his retirement.
I want to say thank you to all the employees that were named today. I just did a little bit of a quick math, and that's over 285 years of service that is leaving our city today or this month. It's an amazing number of years, amazing amount of institutional knowledge that we have leaving our city. Thank you. Not too long ago, I was just a resident, not knowing what it took to run a city. Just wondering, why does it take so long for things to happen? Why is it, that things are not happening as fast as we wanted to happen? And then I get here, and you learn so much, and you start to learn about the people who make everything happen, and you start to realize how special this place becomes and this place is. And when you start to read all these names, and you realize these are a lot of special people that we're saying goodbye to. Thank you for what you have done for our community. As a resident, thank you for making my city, where I grew up as a kid, where I've run around, the parks that I grew up in, the streets that I've run around in, the community that I grew up in, and now the community that my family calls home. My daughters are growing up, as special as it is. This place is great. This place is home because of you guys. So thank you all.
Yeah, to all the retirees or those, we really appreciate your dedication and service to the community. I mean, it means a lot to the residents, and you'll always be part of the Southgate family. So, stay true. And if you're nearby, come on by. If you live in the community, come on. Even if you don't live in the community, we really value. I think it's important to stay. You've given so much of your time, and the families. I want to thank the families for sharing all these employees that have been here for so many years. Thank you for sharing them with us.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, so as all the names and all the history was being shared, I started thinking, at least in my head, of my interactions with them. And I got to tell you, they're not just very good at what they do, but they did it with love. And I can tell you, when I walk in the door and I say good morning to them, they're excited about being here. So I personally am going to miss you, not just because you're an employee, but as a friend and family to me. So thank you so much for all your years of service. And again, I'm glad you're not a Dodger fan. I love you for that. So anyhow, but again, I'm going to miss you. Personally, I'm going to miss you all. Thank you so much for all you've done for me, my family, and our amazing community of Southgate. Thanks again.
So So I definitely want to tell all of the employees that are retiring, as well as those that are separating, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication. Because I know that every day that you came in, you were not just coming to work. You were coming to service a community, a city that you probably grew up in. So I see all of the names that are up there, and it saddens me to know that there is an employee who is leaving the city, being laid off, and is not being acknowledged. This individual came to the city many years ago with 20 years of experience, specifically doing the PRAs, the public records request. And it saddens me that that individual is not highlighted here along with the rest of the employees. So I want to acknowledge that individual because that individual was key in the city clerk's office. So I won't name the individual, but I believe all of the employees here know who she is. And she was instrumental in getting a lot of things to a lot of our residents that they were requesting. So I want to thank all of the employees and that individual who is not here and did not want to be named. Thank you for all of the years of service. And like the mayor indicated, it's 200 plus years of experience that is going out the door. I just hope that we did a good enough job in mentoring the future generations that are going to continue with the city so that we can continue to provide the high standard service that our residents require and demand of us. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, where do I start? First of all, I think the city manager mentioned it. This is a bittersweet day for the city. To see so many of you retiring and some of you, we can't thank you enough for taking that step, of us saying, I will retire. And I know that some of you did not want it to. But, unfortunately, due to the budget crisis that we have in our city, this had to happen. But again, hopefully in November, the utility uses tax passes and we can get some of those people that were laid off that can come back. We couldn't have it in June. We could have saved so many of your jobs, but that didn't happen. So thank you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts, because our hearts go out to you. But I'm sure some of the families are happy because you are retiring now. You're going to be there at home. But I can say that I have met every single one of you personally. And like we always have said, this is a family. And when you have a family, you need to take the time to meet your family members. In the past 23 years, I have done that. And I bless every single one of you for the time that you've been giving this community, this city. And I know that you all love working for this beautiful city of Southgate, because otherwise we wouldn't have lasted that long. Community development, the police department, public works, Oscar, see you out there under the water sometimes, because that's what you did. During rainy season, hot season, you were out there. Olivia, every time I would go to the parking lot, I would say bye to you. And took the time to stop and talk to you. And what can I say about Debbie, Dina, and Alicia? You were the backbone, and you still are the backbone of that council. Because you guys, did so much and sometimes without notice and without being appreciated. But I want to tell you that I did appreciate every single thing that you did, how you helped us, how you kept us our head high, because sometimes, all the battery that we get up here, that we get out there in the community, you guys were always there with a laugh, with a smile, and I'm going to miss that. I am going to miss that. Because you guys were not just employees, you guys were family. Because we have gone through funerals, marriages, birthdays, no, not divorces, I don't think so. That too. But, I can just keep on going and continue saying a lot of nice stuff about you guys, but know that the love that I feel for you guys is genuine. And I am going to miss all three of you. So, just take this and God bless you. God bless you, you and your families, for giving us those many years of service to all of you. God bless every single one of you. That's it.
Can all the retirees please come up, please?
Joshua. She needs to leave. Her mom's sick.
We're just gonna do one quick thing real fast.
Huh?
We're just gonna do one quick thing real fast.
Which one?
Mr. City Manager, go ahead. Oh, wait.
Do you want?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can we pretend like we're in the library a little bit?
All right.
If anybody wants to celebrate and talk, we'll ask you to move out of the chamber. We've got a few more items here. Thank you
Yeah,
very
we got
much.
a few more things to do, guys.
A few more things.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't want to use this, but doesn't work. They're retired. They don't care.
Yeah, they're not listening anymore. One of the perks. One of the perks.
What are we gonna do? Lay them off?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. We've gone over a whole bunch of promotions. We've gone over retirements. We've gone over all the transition, a lot of change at this city. Back before Christmas in our Parks and Rec department, we had a retiree with amazing amount of years, Steve Costley, for the Parks and Rec division as our director. And his deputy director, Tina Del Rosa, in December was put in as the acting director to try to keep the department moving forward. Over the course of the budget process, we've cut a number of top management positions in many of our departments, and one of them was the deputy director position, which is Tina's base position. That means, though, that Tina's been doing the job of two people. So 80 hours of work that used to happen between Steve and Tina has now become Tina. But the pressure that she's been under the last 6 months, she's risen above and done outstanding work, I think, both to keep all the good things that were going at the city in the Parks and Rec department going, and then working to get as positive as can be, plan to do all the budget cuts, severe budget cuts, service cuts, trying to communicate those with staff, trying to communicate those with all the many partners we have, trying to juggle new special events, reducing special events, a ton of work. And she's risen above it and done a great job. And so I'm pleased to announce that effective next week, I'm appointing Tina to be our permanent Parks and Rec director. And we don't have big certificates or keys to the city for you, but I can briefly let everyone know that her career, for anyone who didn't know, started at the City of Commerce back in 1997. She moved up the chain of command there for many years up to January of 2023. When she came to us, Steve had kept his eye on her and other leaders in our whole region and really saw her as the future at this city. And so January 2023, he brought her over as the deputy director, and it's been great working with Tina. And with that, we welcome her and look forward to her leadership. I see some of her team here in support already, and we look forward to her work. And we'll give her a chance to get some photos with family at our next promotion meeting in a month or so. So give her a little more chance for fanfare. But thank you, Tina.
Congratulations, Tina. Madam Clerk, I'd like to go ahead and ask that we move item number 7 up now. I know Veronica Gadera needs to leave, so we'd like to move her up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will present a certificate of appreciation to awards you will remember in recognition of the 35 years of business in the city of Southgate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and read this certificate of appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate to Veronica Gadera, owner of awards you will remember in recognition of your 35 years of service. For 35 years, awards you will remember has provided exceptional service and quality craftsmanship to residents, schools, businesses, and organizations and civic groups throughout Southgate and the surrounding cities. Your dedication, hard work, and commitment to excellence have made a lasting impact and contributed to the success and vitality of the local businesses. The City of Southgate proudly congratulates Veronica Gadera and awards you will remember on the remarkable milestone and extends its sincere appreciation for 35 years of business excellence, service, and achievements. Signed, Joshua Barone, the mayor of the City of Southgate. Congratulations, Veronica, on your 35 years. You like to say any?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I was 20 when I opened my store. I'm 55 now, so long time. And I want to thank the community, the City of Southgate, the council members, all of you. Most of you have come into my store. And I want to thank my parents who can't be here today. But I know they're happy for me, especially my dad. He kept pushing me when he was a little slow. My dad would say, "How'd you do, mija? How were sales?" "Well, not too good." "Well, tomorrow you're going to do better." And every day he just pushed me because I thought maybe I shouldn't be doing this. I'm 20, 21. Maybe I should go back to college. "No, you're going to get it. You'll be okay." 35 years later, I'm still here. So I'm glad I didn't give up. And this is for you, Dad.
Veronica, don't go away yet. And I want to thank you again for what you've done. I've taken caps, visors, hoodies or what have you, and you've done a great job in getting them not only done real well. I've had people ask me, "Hey, where do I get one of those?" I said, "Well, you have to buy the cap first and then take it to Veronica, and I'll let her know that it's okay to use the emblem that we created, right? Because I don't think you'll let them unless I said it's okay." But you did a real good job of putting that thing together, and I recommend it. So again, thank you for what you do here in
Thank
Southgate.
you, Gil. Thank you.
Congratulations for 35 years.
Thank you, Pilar. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Veronica, I know we go way back in high school.
Yes.
Yes, you've had your business for 35 years, but prior to that, your parents also ran a restaurant business here in
Yes.
Southgate. So I do recall their restaurant, and your father is always right. Always remember that.
Thank you.
Today was slow, tomorrow's another day, and it's a new beginning. So I think you being a businesswoman for 35 years in our city has shown that you are a very resilient business owner and very savvy at that.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you for what you do in our
Thank
city
you, Pilar.
and for all of those awards. Thank you.
Veronica, I'd just like to add one last thing. One of the things that I really appreciate is the fact that when you do post about all the big accomplishments that you're having, "Hey, I just got an award, for this big accomplishment," or, "They asked me to create this trophy for this huge event." Those are big accomplishments that I think we need to continue to see from you. And I appreciate when you post that because I think it just shows that a little small business from Southgate, look what it could do, right? So
True,
continue to do that, okay?
Yeah, I never thought I would do things for the NFL.
Right.
When they called me one day, they were in Boston.
Yeah.
I was like, "This must be a joke. This is a prank." And he's like, "No, we really do need something
And you
from
told
the
him
NFL."
you told him you're a Tom Brady fan, and you're like, "Okay, I'll do it."
Of course, of course. Yeah. And then the next day, I got a bunch of donuts. I said, "Thank you." Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're on item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month.
Okay. Sorry, let me just open this up. It went away. All right, thank you. And I'll go ahead and receiving this, it'll be Adriana Alacala from Accountant in Administrative Services Department. Proclamation declaring LGBTQ plus Pride Month on June 2026, whereas all residents in the city of Southgate deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, equality, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender, identity, and whereas LGBTQ plus Pride Month is a time to reflect on the challenges faced by LGBTQ plus individuals throughout history and to honor those who have fought and continue to fight for equality and justice. And whereas Pride Month also serves as a celebration of identity, visibility, and self-worth. In Southgate, we recognize and value the contributions of LGBTQ plus residents who help make our city stronger, more diverse, and more inclusive. And whereas our community joins others across the nation in reaffirming the rights and freedoms of LGBTQ plus individuals and in standing against discrimination in all its forms. And whereas LGBTQ plus individuals are represented at all levels of society, including in public service and civic leadership, and their presence continues to inspire positive change in communities like ours. And whereas during Pride Month, we celebrate the courage and determination of those lives authentically and openly in the face of adversity, we commit ourselves to build a community that embraces everyone, regardless of who they love and how they identify. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed on the 23rd day of June, 2026, that I, Joshua Barone, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June 2026 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Southgate, and encourage all residents to celebrate our diversity and continue to advance equity, inclusion, and justice for all. Signed, the Mayor, Josh Barone. Thank you. Adrian, would you like to say anything on the?
Well, I wasn't planning on saying anything.
You don't have to.
But I do appreciate this. As a young gay man in the city of Southgate, I grew up here, and it hasn't always been easy, but a lot has changed. And I'm thankful that this city has always been inclusive and has never discriminated against me and accepted me for who I am. And I hope that all young LGBTQ plus and anybody in this city will feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Adrian, don't leave. We're going to read all the proclamations and we'll take a photo all together.
What's next?
Next item.
Mr. Mayor, the City Council will declare July 2026 as Parks Make Life Better Month.
Thank you. And receiving this proclamation is Evan Hernandez. Proclamation declaring July 2026 as Parks Makes Life Better Month. Whereas parks and recreation are powerful community assets that enhance the physical, social, environmental, and economic well-being of residents. And whereas the City of Southgate Parks, recreation facilities, programs, and public spaces provide safe and welcoming environment where residents can stay active, connect, celebrate culture, and build strong neighborhoods, and where access to quality parks and recreation opportunities improve mental well-being, encourage outdoor activities, and promote personal growth. And whereas parks and recreation professionals play a vital role in enriching the community through youth, teen programs, senior services, parks, special events, cultural activities, and serve thousands of residents each year. And whereas the California Parks and Recreation Society has declared the month of July as Parks Make Life Better Month to raise awareness of the vital role parks play in enhancing our quality of life. And whereas the 2026 theme, The Power of Parks and Recreation, highlights the extraordinary ability of parks and recreation to bring people together, strengthen community bonds, and create opportunity that positively impact the lives of residents every day. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed on the 23rd day of June 2026 that I, Joshua Barone, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the Southgate City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2026 as Parks Makes Life Month in the City of Southgate, and encourage all residents to celebrate the power of parks recreation by visiting local parks, participating in recreational programs, and appreciating the dedicated professionals who help make Southgate a healthier, a connected, and vibrant community. Signed, the Mayor, Josh Brown. All right, next item.
She has a speech
Oh,
prepared.
sorry.
Come on up.
Yes, come on up. Sorry, Heaven.
Tone it down, tone it down. How do parks make life better? Don't give them the long hours worth speech. I'll just give you cliff notes, okay? On behalf of the recreation team, we are an enthusiastic team in Southgate who are here for the community and to offer as much as we can. Recreation, it does make life better. It brings everybody together, and we have so much to offer in the month of July and the rest of the year as well. So, extending it to our community to come and join us and to see all the fun that we have planned.
Thank you. All right, next item, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, item number 5, proclamation declaring July 4th as Independence Month.
Okay, so this proclamation is going to be received by Lieutenant James Chavez. Is he here? Yes. Marine Corps for 6 years. First of all, congratulations and thank you for your service. Officer Arriaga, Army, 4 years as a combat medic. Also, thank you for your service. And Officer, I think I know this guy too, Donnie Sanchez, Marines for 6 years. Again, congratulations for your service. Okay, this proclamation declaring July 4th, 2026 as Independence Day, whereas on July 4th, 1776, the Continental Congress formally adopted the Declaration of Independence, marking the birth of the United States of America and affirming the nation's founding principles of liberty, democracy, and justice for all. And whereas Independence Day is a time for Americans to come together in unity and pride to celebrate the enduring spirit of freedom and the sacrifices made by generations of individuals who have defended and upheld the values on which this country was built. And whereas the City of Southgate proudly joins communities across the nation in celebrating this historic day with festivities that honor our nation's heritage, encourage civic pride, and bring neighbors, families, and friends together. And whereas the City of Southgate's annual 4th of July Independence Day celebration is a cherished tradition that features family-friendly activities, live entertainment, food vendors, and a spectacular fireworks show, fostering a strong sense of community and shared celebration. And whereas this year's celebration on Saturday, July 4th, 2026 continues that tradition by providing a safe, inclusive, and joyful space for residents and visitors of all ages to reflect on our freedoms and look ahead with hopes and unity. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this 23rd day, June 2026, that Joshua Barone, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim July 4th, 2026 as Independence Day in the City of Southgate, and call upon all residents to join in commemorating this day with pride, gratitude, and community. Signed, Mayor Joshua Barone.
Good evening. My name is Officer Arriaga. I'm extremely grateful to have gotten the privilege to serve the United States military, along with my LT and Officer Sanchez. through the teachings of our mentors, brothers and sisters, we were able to learn the true meaning of what is duty, courage, respect, bravery, professionalism, and integrity. Through their teachings, we were able to put that into work into the police service and service the community of Southgate. Eternally grateful to have served with great individuals, to individuals that served before me, when I was in the military, there are now and in the future. One thing that I was able to take into heart is the warrior ethos. I will always place the mission first. I will never accept defeat. I will never quit, and I will never leave a fallen comrade. I could speak with, I'm sure with my peers that it was through standing in the shoulders of giants that we were able to reach our dreams. And I'm eternally grateful for that. Thank you.
Just want to be quick. Well said, Officer Arriaga. I share the same feelings and beliefs. I'm just grateful to be here, be a member of the city of Southgate. Also proud to have served in the military, in the Marine Corps. My father did as well. He's a resident of Southgate, still lives here, served 2 tours. So it runs in my family. It's an honor for me to be amongst other fellow Marines and Army and veterans and to serve the community of Southgate proudly. Thank you.
I just want to echo those sentiments. He spoke beautifully about that. It's been an honor to serve in the Marine Corps, and it's been an honor to continue serving here in the city of Southgate. So thank you for all of those that really care about the military members. It's really about service. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, go ahead. Closed session.
Mr. Mayor, item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C, and 54956.9D14. A, Beatriz Sereno versus City of Southgate et al. B, Daniel Garcia Munoz versus LUSD, City of Southgate et al. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, anything to report?
Nothing further at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, any anybody from the audience have anything to comment on closed session items? Seeing no comment. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and go to closed session. Anybody online? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
No one with a raised hand.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
in closed session.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The city council had a closed session meeting to discuss pending litigation. There was a case entitled Beatriz Serrano versus City of Southgate. This is a claimed injury on a city sidewalk. There was a presentation made by the city attorney in connection with that matter. At the conclusion of the presentation, city council authorized a settlement of that matter. The motion was made by Councilman Hurtado. It was seconded by Councilwoman Davila, and the vote there was 5-0. The amount of settlement will be disclosed in connection and subject to the Brown Act. Item number 1B, Daniel Garcia Munoz versus City of Southgate. This case involves a automobile accident involving a city vehicle. There was a presentation made by the city attorney, and upon completion of that presentation, there's a motion made by Councilmember Hurtado, seconded by Councilwoman Davila, and on a vote of 5-0, City Council authorized City Attorney to defend the matter. That completes my report, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'd like to go ahead and open up to any member of the audience if they have any comments regarding the closed session items that the city attorney just brought up. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the closed session. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead, Mr. Dominguez.
Mr. Dominguez, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead. And is there anybody else?
No one else.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the closed session. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn the special meeting. And let me know when you're ready to start the regular meeting.
Ready, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Good evening, everybody. We'll go ahead and start the Southgate City Council regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, June 23rd. It is now 6:54. The invocation will be done by Tina De La Rosa and the Pledge of Allegiance by our City Attorney, Rose Linas.
Y'all please stand and bow your heads. Dear Lord, we come before you tonight just thanking you for the opportunity to be able to work here in the city of Southgate, Lord, and thank you that we're able to gather here and just discuss city business. Just be with us, go before us, and give us the wisdom we need to just get through this meeting, and that everybody remains respectful throughout the duration of the meeting. And we ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Please place your hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. So just want to go ahead and do a little bit of a clarification on today's proceeding. First, we'll be considering item number 1 and item number 2 on the regular city council agenda. Following the actions of these items, the regular city council meeting will be recessed, and we will convene with the continuous city council meeting to consider item number 3. So just wanted to have that point of order so that everybody can follow along.
Mr. Mayor, the continued item number 3 comes from our city council meeting on June the 9th.
Yeah.
And that item number 3 was a subject of discussion. We opened it up to the public, and we closed the public comment on item number 3, and then we returned it back to the city council for deliberation. While the city council was deliberating, the decision was made for us to recess that deliberation until this evening. And so I wanted to make sure that the public understood which meeting we were referring to and why it was coming back.
Thank you for your clarification, Mr. City Attorney. All right, Madam Clerk?
And Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Here.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Here.
City Attorney Salinas.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item number 1.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider A, receiving and filing a presentation of the city's 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and B, adopting a resolution adopting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan to comply with the Urban Water Management Planning Act, California Water Code Division 6, Part 2.6, Sections 10610 through 10657, as mandated by the state of California. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to
Yes.
make the announcement for the Spanish translation.
Thank you.
Si hay personas que necesiten traducción en español, tenemos audífonos, ya los tienen. ¿Alguien más necesita algún audífono para la traducción en español? Levante su mano. Okay. They have them. Some of them have them already. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, making the presentation, Arturo Cervantes.
Yes, Mayor, I've invited Chris Castillo, our Water Operations Manager, to lead the way here.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here to introduce Stetson Engineering, which the city retained to prepare this very important report. This report is the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. This plan, the purpose of this plan is to project current and future water demands. And it's also, they also provided a water shortage contingency plan, which would be enacted anytime there is a drought. So hopefully with the El Nino being predicted this winter, that we don't have to do that, but that plan will be stored and adopted in the resolution tonight so that if there was a drought, we would have it prepared and ready to go. So Stetson Engineering, I have here Stan. He's going to be giving the report, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce him right now. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Stan Chen with Stetson Engineers. We prepared the city's 2025 Urban Water Management Plan, and I'll be providing a brief presentation on that. Let's see, go forward here. Is it the green button or? I'm pressing. Okay, should I just say next? Okay. Next, yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan is a long-term planning document to review water supply and demands. It's required by the Department of Water Resources, and it is updated every 5 years to review like the evolving water supply conditions. It also includes a water shortage contingency plan, which will also be adopted. I'll discuss that in a little bit. Next slide here. The Urban Water Management Plan was prepared with using following the requirements of the Department of Water Resources. It used information from City of Southgate Water Department records, and it included all of the necessary notices and public participation and public hearing publications. The plan is required to be submitted to the Department of Water Resources by July 1st of 2026. The city's water supply sources include groundwater that's produced through groundwater wells from the central groundwater basin. The city relies 100% from the groundwater for its potable water supplies. The city has water rights or allowed pumping allocation of 11,183 acre feet per year. Currently, the city is producing about 8,000 and is projected the city's water demands are projected to be about between 8,000 and 9,000 acre feet over the next 20 years. The city has sufficient water rights available to meet those demands. The city also has the ability to purchase imported water, treated imported water from Metropolitan Water District of Southern California through Central Basin Municipal Water District. The city has not had to purchase that water because the city has sufficient water rights available. The city also purchases about several hundred acre feet of recycled water every year from Los Angeles County sanitation districts through Central Basin Municipal.
Can I ask you a question? How many water rights does the city of Southgate have? Do we know?
The city has 11,183 acre feet per year of water rights. And the water rights are sufficient, but the city can also, I know the city has leased out the water rights historically, but the city can also lease water if necessary. The city in 2020 met its SBX 7-7 water use target requirement. In 2020, the water use requirement was 100 gallons per capita per day. That basically means that every citizen within the city of Southgate's service area was required to use 100 gallons per capita per day or less. In the year 2020, the city met that requirement. It's not on this graph, but the water use was about 89 gallons per capita day. There is no further action necessary, but this chart just shows that over the past several years, the city's average water use was about 80 to 82 gallons per capita day. So that number has been decreasing. So the water demands that are projected in the urban water management plan will be met through maximizing local supplies, in particular the groundwater from the Central Basin, recycled water from Central Basin, municipal, and also any, and if necessary, imported water through Metropolitan and Central Basin Municipal. Although the city's water supplies are sufficient and reliable, the city also has the ability to enact their water shortage contingency plan, and that plan is available as part of the urban water management plan. But that plan is available in case there's any emergency situations, long-term drought conditions. Includes various, it includes the review of the city's annual water supply and demand assessment, which is prepared every year. And it also includes various shortage levels and shortage stages and demand reduction procedures that as part of the city's municipal code, which allow for the city to reduce water demands. That concludes the presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to go ahead and open it up to any member of the audience. If any member of the audience has any questions regarding this item, please come up. Seeing none, go ahead and close the in-person audience. Any Zoom members, Madam Clerk?
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead. Mr. Dominguez?
Yeah, I was trying to speak on the previous special meeting, but I had too much stuff going on. I got the laptop, I got the tablet, the TV. I'm trying to mute stuff, so I just couldn't figure out how to maneuver all this stuff and get back to speaking time. So anyway, on this item right here, and by the way, I can't see any of the presentations. I have no idea what you people are looking at. There are no presentations on Zoom. There's nothing on YouTube. So the thing I want to say to the council members, so we had I don't know what year it was, the Eaton fire that was it destroyed, was it the Altadena, and then the Pacific Palisades fire. In the event of a major catastrophe such as that happening in our city, does our city have sufficient enough water to take on such a disaster as that? Because one of the stories I remember was that there wasn't enough water coming in through the pumps to fight the fire that was going on in, was it Altadena or Pacific Palisades? One of them didn't have enough water. So that's my concern here. Do we have enough water to take on a major catastrophe such as one of these bigger urban fires? I'll end with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
We have no other.
All right. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, Miss Liz raised her hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was having a little trouble logging in and figuring this out for a second. But I'm more interested in what the where to find the contingency plan online. I was able to find one. I think it's dated 2021, and if y'all can confirm whether or not that is what the speaker was talking about, that would be great. That's the only thing I wanted to raise. And one of my concerns is because we are so dependent on groundwater for our municipal water use that I was hoping to find out information regarding whether any major earthquake might affect the groundwater quality because of the contamination that we have in a lot of or near around a lot of the water wells within our city, specifically around our Superfund sites. And I mean, of course, it would take a really big earthquake, but considering the news out there that there might be a big one coming soon, that's just something I think we should keep in mind. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Madam Clerk?
We have no other, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
No
go ahead
emails
and
either.
close the Zoom and no emails, you said?
No.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public comment. Bring it back to council. Any questions from the council?
Yes, I have a couple. So you indicate from what the presentation that you showed, it says 2025. We're in 2026. How often do we need to be filing this with the state? On a yearly basis, every other year? What is the requirement?
Yeah, so this particular plan is required to be filed every 5 years. We have until June 30th to file it. So it is called the 2025 plan, though we're in 2026.
Okay.
And that allows for water agencies, water systems to collect the data through 2025 to provide into the plan.
Okay. I think this is more a question for you, Arturo. I did ask it of the city manager, but I'm really curious, given the fact that our neighbors across the way, Vernon, they're going to be opening data centers. And I know that data centers are huge in dilapidating our water resources. Where are we? And would that impact the residents of Southgate and our water supply?
Right now, I'm not aware that we've had any development projects in the city that are bringing in data centers. Generally,
No, not in our city, but in our neighboring cities.
in
Would that
term-
affect our residents and our water supply here in South?
Oh, in terms of water supply, can you speak to that? How does the use of groundwater by other agencies impact groundwater in Southgate and availability?
Well, all of the groundwater rights are adjudicated in the basin. So any city that wants to produce, any water agency that wants to produce from the central basin, they have to produce within their groundwater rights unless they lease out water rights from others. But it's more of a matter of groundwater rights.
Yeah, and just so you know, so we, as you mentioned, we've got just over 11,000 acre feet in water rights. We use about 8,300. So whether other agencies are using theirs or not, we still have access to the same amount of groundwater that we're entitled to through water rights.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Any other? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Thank you for the report, gentlemen. So I think you summed it up that we do have sufficient water. I mean, and I know in the past we've had to conserve water. We even rationalized the watering of our grass a few years ago. So it sounded like we have a good amount of water. In terms of water, right, are all, and these ground wells, is it all under Southgate? I mean, or do other areas, our ground wells also are part of other neighboring communities?
Yeah, so our water system is 100% dependent on groundwater. So all of our, we get 100% of our water from the ground. We do have access to imported water. That's water that comes through MWD as an example. But because we don't because we have sufficient water rights, we just depend on groundwater. We don't pull water from anywhere else.
So I know that ice cap they were saying up north where a lot of the water comes down, it's not an issue. We don't see it foreseen being an issue here, or right?
Yeah, that impacts availability of imported water. We're not dependent on what's happening up north. We're depending on what's happening in the ground.
So we do import some water from other, right? I mean,
We do not. The MWD imports water, and we have an MWD water line running through Southgate that has imported water, but we don't access it. We use our groundwater wells to produce the water.
okay. And as far as the testing of the water and the quality of the water, I know that with this fluoride, there's other chemicals to filter it, clean it. Are we in good shape? I mean, is it getting cleaner? We have PFAS, the issues in some ground wells. So where are we? Because I know some water neighboring communities, and even ours, some people feel that the water might be damaging their hair, their dryness.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about our water supply?
So water quality is regulated by the state. There's standards for a bunch of different constituents that you can find in groundwater. So regardless of what's occurring in the groundwater, the actual measurements for any constituent may change. We test water on a regular basis. We produce over 2,000 water samples a year. And consistently and reliably, we've met water quality standards that the state and feds have in place. So any use of city water is considered safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. And can you just respond to the questions that we got over the Zoom? One being, do we have related to the contingency plan, is that accessible online anywhere, or is that?
Yes, the water shortage contingency plan is part of the urban water. It's included in the urban water management plan, chapter 8. It can be its own standalone document, but it's included within the text of the urban water management plan.
And is that the current one that's for this year? The one that is it updated?
Yeah, I want to add to that. So if you go online and you look up master reports, that will take you to all of our master planning documents, and it's in there as far as 2025 urban water management plan. And like Stan said, the water shortage contingency plan is within that report.
Okay. Maybe we can create some kind of posting or something where we can show where that is.
Sure.
Just to highlight that on an annual basis or every 5 years when we do this, just so we can highlight where that is.
Sure.
And then, I'm guessing we have enough water for our residents, so in case of an emergency, we do have enough water to put out a fire. So
Yeah, we have a very reliable and robust water system. As I mentioned, firstly, we're not using our water system at its full capacity, so any additional demand from an event such as a fire, we've got some contingency there. We've got, maybe 14 million gallons in stored water that also help for emergency use. We've got 5 water interties with other water agencies, including the MWD. So should there be a need to access more water, there's just plenty of capacity.
and also just for the residents, I think one of the things that I've learned as part of the LA County Sanitation District board member is this clear water project that they're working on. I think it's a really ingenious project of being able to clean all the water that goes through our household. Is eventually the goal is 99.9% of all the water that goes into the drains of your home will one day be able to be cleaned, recycled, and then put back into the San Gabriel Mountains and cleaned through the regular process, and then put back into the groundwater, and then fed back into the groundwater normally, right? So it's a great project to get involved with. I know that the LA County Sanitation District is doing some field trips and some visits at their facility at Clearwater in Carson. So if you're interested in learning about that project, I urge you to search their website and get involved in that, or you can reach out to me and we can set up a tour of the location as well.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. The process of the the maintenance of our system requires a system of flushing. And many times people are looking at how much water is being wasted. I wonder if there's a way to calculate, because we do flushing every so often, quite often, as a matter of fact. Can we calculate just how much water we're tossing out? And it's a necessary bad thing, right? And the other question is, is it feasible, is it cost effective to try to recapture some of that water through the system?
Yeah, it's the amount of water that we pump to waste, we can definitely calculate through the fire hydrants. However, we have looked at in the past whether or not we can capture that water and put it back in the water system. And it's very expensive to do that. There is a process, but it's very expensive. So we've opted out of that.
Yeah, and I asked that question because I know we've covered that ground before. But again, since we post every so often on our website that we're doing flushing and people see that water being wasted, they ask the question, right? Why are we letting all that water go to waste? And I just want to make sure that we have another opportunity to explain that. Thank you, Art. If there's nothing else, I'll make a motion for both A and B.
I'll second the motion, but before that, can you, let our residents know where is the reservoir? Because we know where it's at, but if you can relate with the reservoir, the one that we have at the park, and how much acre feet with that we
Yeah,
have of
absolutely.
water.
Chris, you want to?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so at Southgate Park, we have an underground reservoir. It's 4.4 million gallons. West Side Reservoir, which is close to Alameda, across the street from the school, we have 2 reservoirs there. That's about 5 million gallons. We have a Hawkins Reservoir, which is by the 710 freeway. That's another 5 million gallons. There's 2 tanks there. And then we have Elizabeth Reservoir, which is right across the street here on Ardmore. That has about 1.8 million gallons. So those are our major reservoirs for water storage. Operationally, I know like we had the question about the fire. We stand very good in Southgate because we don't have any forests near us. So what happened in the east, the Palisades and the other eastern fires is that was like a forest fire. It was so gigantic that no water system would be able to put that out. We're not designed to fight forest fires, but we are designed to fight residential fires or even commercial fires. So we have plenty of water to fight that type of fire, but not a forest fire. But we're not in that forest zone. So according to our zoning, we do have enough adequate fire pressure and fire availability.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, we have a first and a second, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will consider a reviewing and discussing the information presented regarding a potential conditional one-time water bill discount program that would take effect only if the proposed utility users tax measure is approved by voters in the upcoming municipal election to be held November 3rd, 2026. B, provide direction on the fiscal program parameters to be incorporated into the resolution, including 1, the discount percentage and the total one-year program amount, such as the 10% discount resulting in approximately $2.2 million in water revenue not collected. 2, whether comparable relief should be provided to customers served by non-city water providers, including Golden State Water customers, and whether general fund resources should be used for that purpose. And C, adopting a resolution establishing a conditional one-time water bill discount program effective only upon voter approval of the UUT measure, incorporating the City Council direction provided during this meeting, and authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement the program, subject to final approval as a form by the city attorney. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, community. In discussion last council meeting, we talked about the utility users tax. We talked about the perhaps looking at a need to increase the proposed percentage from the initial 7% to something higher, like 8 or 9%. As part of that discussion, it was thought that, this would be a steep escalation in our residents' bills, and the thought of came from the council of perhaps if that decision was made to raise that rate, there might be an offset of a temporary water bill discount that could smooth that increase over the course of a year. At the time of that decision to be made on the percentage last meeting, it was decided more information on the water bill discount was required in order to make a solid decision on the percentage. So we come back tonight prepared, and our Administrative Services Director, Luis Frosta, will present the information on the options that pertain to a water bill discount and how they pertain to our reserves and the different percentages and the cost. So I'll pass it over to Luis.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. As the city manager has stated, tonight's item is a conditional one-time water bill discount program presentation. We're going to go over its effects on our water fund and our capital improvement program. Before I begin, one framing point. This presentation is informational and neutral in nature. The city is allowed to share factual budget information to set up a conditional action in advance of any ballot measure. Nothing tonight asks anyone to support or oppose the November ballot measure, and I will hold that line throughout. I will cover what's being asked of you tonight, how the discount would work, what it would cost, who it reaches, and the safeguards that we would build in. I will close with 4 options and the action staff is requesting from council. So here's what's in front of you tonight in plain terms. First, consider the concept: a one-time water bill discount, somewhere in the range of 10 to 20%, applied over about 1 year. Second, give staff direction on the discount level, the total size of the program, and whether to extend the comparable relief to residents served by water providers other than the city. Third, if you choose, adopt a resolution that would take effect only if voters approve the utility users tax measure on November 3rd. If the measure does not pass, the resolution simply has no effect. I will say once more, because it matters, this is not intended to be any kind of political message. This is a neutral and information fact-sharing session. The core idea, it's the one thing to take away from tonight, is that the discount would be paid for by delaying the timing of planned water projects. It would not be paid for by spending surplus or extra cash, because there is none. 3 points follow from that. The program is conditional. It takes effect only if the measure passes. If it fails, nothing happens. Funded projects are protected. The water projects already in construction or design, what we call phase 1, would not be impacted. And the trade-off is timing, not a giveaway. We would bill less revenue for 1 year, so some future projects shift later in the schedule. We are not handing out restricted funds. The water fund reality: there is no pool of spare cash. Let me explain why I keep saying no spare cash. One water rate revenue roughly equals what it costs to run the system and pay our debt. So in a normal year, current rates add very little to our reserves. You see 3 numbers up there. The water fund holds an accumulated balance of about $57 million. That sounds large, but it is built up over many years. It is one-time money, not a yearly surplus. About 10 million of that is held as operating and emergency reserves under our adopted financial policies. That leaves roughly 47 million of one-time capacity for capital work. And as the next slide shows, that 47 million is already planned for identified projects. So the takeaway is this: 57 million sounds like a lot, but only 47 million is funds available. It is already spoken for, and the current rates do not refill it. Once it is spent, it is gone, and this new funding is adopted. This slide makes the point visually. Our identified water capital needs, which are on the left bar, our identified water capital needs far exceed what we have available. Phase 1 is $28.3 million, and those are projects that are currently underway or planned, and they're funded. Phase 2 is $56.45 million. Phase 3 is $80 million. That is about $164 million in total identified needs related to water. Against that, we have roughly $47 million available now, which is the bar you see to the right. That $47 million does not even cover into phase one and phase two together. So it just covers phase one, which runs phase one and phase two together run about $84.75 million. Now, phase one is funded and protected, but the discount, if this program gets approved and implemented, would impact phase two and three. How would the discount work? One, the rates stay the same. We do not change the current rate structure. Two, we apply one-time credit on bills in the form of a discount, which reduces what we actually bill and collect. Three, that means less revenue that year. The honest way to describe it is revenue not billed, not that the city is writing checks from surplus. Four, with less cash that year, some phase two projects get delayed, phased, or resized. You might ask, well, why not repeat this every year? Well, a multi-year discount program would compound the impact, delay more projects, raise future project costs through inflation, and likely force larger rate increases later on. Staff does not recommend a multi-year structure. What each level would cost? At 10%, let's see here. At 10%, the combined cost is about $2.6 million, roughly $2.2 million from the water fund, and about $300,000 from the general fund if you extend relief to non-city customers. At 15%, about $3.8 million combined. At 20%, about $5 million combined. 10% is the likely baseline. 15 and 20% are policy choices. They provide more relief for residents, but a larger trade-off on phase two timing and impacts to capital projects into the future. Two budgets are affected. The discount for city customers affects water fund capacity and phase two timing. Any reimbursement for non-city customers is a separate general fund cost. These are planning estimates from about a $22 million revenue number, and they will be refined as the program gets a final design. So fairness in the law. Not everyone inside city limits is a city water customer. About 1,200 residents are served by Golden State Water, and about 73 residents from other water providers. Under Proposition 218, water fund money may only be used for city water customers and water purposes, so we cannot use the water fund to give those residents relief. If the council wants to treat them comparably and provide relief to non-city water customers, that money must come from the general fund. And it would not be automatic. It would require three things: a general fund appropriation, never water fund dollars, a legal mechanism such as an agreement with the provider or a direct reimbursement process, and city attorney review, including a documented public purpose finding before any relief is offered. Looking ahead, a future rate study is likely needed. I want to be straightforward and transparent with the public about the road ahead, separate from tonight's decision. The water fund has a structural funding gap that exists on its own, independent of the discount, when you consider the capital improvement projects needed, or the capital improvement projects needed, related to our water infrastructure. Our $22 million in annual revenue matches our operating and debt cost. So rates do not rebuild to reserves. There's not enough additional revenue to rebuild what we have saved for capital improvement projects. The $47 million of one-time capacity is being drawn down by the capital program, and the $80 million in phase three needs is unfunded. So the likely scenario is that a future rate study is likely needed within a few years, regardless of what happens with this program. Any rate change would follow the Prop 218 process. To be clear, no rate change is being proposed tonight. This brings us to your options, and there are four. Option one, no discount program. This preserves the full balance in the current project schedule with no new general fund cost. The trade-off is that it provides no direct bill relief to residents. Option 2, a discount for city water customers only. This gives a short-term relief if the measure passes, with the impact limited to phase 2 timing. It does not reach non-city customers. That would result in about 1,300 residences that would not qualify. Option 3, city customers plus non-city relief. This is more equitable across city limits, but it adds a general fund cost on top of the water fund impact. Option 4, a multi-year program. Staff does not recommend this, but it is an option for the council. It would erode our ability to deliver capital projects. It would compound delays and likely force larger rate increases later. The safeguards that we've built in, if you decide to move forward, we built some safeguards into the resolution. It is conditional. No credit applies unless the measure is certified as approved. And I'm talking about the UUT measure. Phase 1 is protected. It funds projects underway, and only phase 2 timing flexes, which then impacts phase 3. Reserves are preserved. The fund keeps its roughly $10 million policy reserve, and credits pause or would pause before that reserve would be breached. Our bond coverage is protected. Projected net revenues will stay above what's required under our bond covenants. There's a defined sunset, a single program term. Credits do not carry forward, and the council can suspend or end at any time. It is neutral and auditable, factual non-campaign notices to customers, and a full audit trail of every credit that is applied will be available. To close, here's what staff is requesting. First, review and discuss the concept and its impacts on the water fund and the CIP program. Second, provide direction on the discount level and the total program size, and on whether to extend relief to non-city customers using general funds. Third, if you are prepared to, adopt the resolution establishing the conditional program, effective only upon voter approval of the measure, and authorize the city manager to implement it, subject to city approval as to form. Again, the options would be somewhere a percentage between 10, 15, and 20%. Staff, if we're to make a recommendation, would be at a 10% level. That concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. If any member in the audience has any comments regarding this item. Thank you. Go ahead, please state your
Good
name.
evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Anna Rodriguez. My address is 5950 Imperial Highway, Unit 82, Southgate. And maybe I don't understand this measure or what you guys are trying to do, but you're talking about passing a one-time discount only to the water bill, only if the utility tax measure passes, correct? So my question is, instead of doing a one-time, why don't you guys look at maybe presenting a lower discount or do an exemption to residents of low income or senior citizens, and then you might get a better result on trying to get a utility tax passed. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Good evening, Jimmy Osaeta. The staff report confirms that the water fund has no surplus. The discount is not a gift. It's paid for by delaying water infrastructure projects, the projects that protect the safety of our water. Once again, that protect the safety of our water. PFAS are toxic forever chemicals. They don't break down. They accumulate in the human body. State and federal law requires the city to remove them from our drinking water. The city has a $9 million PFAS treatment system planned, and under this proposed water discount, it gets pushed back. Beyond the PFAS, the city staff report identifies $56 million in phase 2 projects now at risk, aging pipelines, deteriorating walls, and reservoirs in need of repair. All of it delayed, all of it to fund a temporary credit. I'm asking the city council and city staff, which water safety projects will be delayed? Residents deserve that answer tonight on the record. A 10% discount on the $22 million annual billing base amounts to roughly about $15 off your monthly water bill for 1 year. In exchange, residents are asked to accept the permanent tax on their utilities. Once again, a permanent tax. And when delayed projects are eventually built, inflation, as staff referenced, costs go up. So we, the residents, pay for that too. The discount expires, the UT is forever. Water rates in the city have not been adjusted since 2015. This council has underfunded our water infrastructure for over a decade, and now they want to delay our water safety projects, offer residents a $15 a month discount, and call it compassion. The safety of our water is not a bargaining chip. The health of our residents is not a campaign tool, and Southgate deserves better than that. No trust, no UUT.
Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. Good evening, Mayor and council member and staff. Just have a question. How much sense does this make? One-time discount, supposedly to help residents, and it's conditioned on the UUT passing. I mean, why don't you do it? If you really want to help residents, why don't you do it anyway? If that's the purpose, then why don't you give that one-time discount anyway? Mr. Frausto mentioned several times that this may delay projects, that it's going to prevent larger rate hikes, but there's still going to be rate hikes there. So again, you're giving us a discount now for a larger or a rate hike in the future anyway, right? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't see why this would even be proposed, to be honest with you. You're putting at risk some of these projects, delays, higher costs because you're delaying them, and it's going to be ultimately it's going to be a higher cost for everyone. And again, what's that going to equal? Larger rate hikes. So we're going to pay for it anyway, and we're going to pay for it many times over. So I don't think this is necessarily something good. It just almost feels like it's a bribe. Like, here you go, but let's pass the UUT. And so again, I ask, how much sense does this make? Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments. Anybody on Zoom?
We do have caller ending in 609.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. Yeah, it's really a weird proposition here. You guys are offering us a discount, but only if you tax us more. Only if you tax the residents more. That's how we get this discount. Otherwise, we don't get the discount at all. So you're going to increase our water bill with UUT, presumably by 9%, let's say. And yet you're going to give us a 1-year discount of 10%, perhaps. That equates to just a net value of 1% discount. So it's really negligible. The discount's really just a pittance, especially as the city manager mentioned that the staff thought of UUT as a steep rise for residents, which it is. I think that's undeniable. Residents are going to need to brace for financial impact. A lot of residents are going to be in trouble if UUT passes, and we all know this. Especially if we're going to get hit with 8 or 9%, multiple series of taxes. And on top of this, on October 1st, all of us are going to be paying more sales tax because of the recent passage of Measure ER. So while this isn't going to help residents with their increased electric bill, their natural gas bill, their cell phone bill, their cable bill, their voice over internet protocol bill, their sewer bill, all of those things through UUT, if it passes, we're going to be spared 1 year on our water bill. It's crazy. From the residents' perspective, though, I will say any reprieve is going to be appreciated. But again, it's really insult to injury. Thank you.
Anyone else?
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
I watch and participate in council meetings for Bell Gardens, Cudahy, Downey I watch on YouTube, Huntington Park. I saw one on the city website for Bell. Never have I ever seen an item, a piece of city business, as stupid and idiotic as this. Council members, I see the intent in wanting to invest in the residents and contribute to their prosperity. This is not it. This is not the way you go about it. If you want to give back to the residents and show real investment in them, CDBG funds, the whole bit of it, every single dollar. You take every bit of CDBG funds and you pour it into the home revitalization program. Think of all the folks that are lined up waiting to fix their homes. That is true investment. That is true prosperity right there. That's investing in the prosperity of your residents. Hell, Downey did it earlier this year. They gave over $800,000 in CDBG funds for their home revitalization program. If you don't believe me, ask their director of community development. She'll tell you. This right here highlights and illustrates perfectly the stupidity of our council members. We have this small pool of money, and what do you want to do? You want to throw it out the window like as if it were confetti. We have this list of projects that are all lined up, ready to go, that are going to be for our benefit. The water PFAS treatment system, and it says here under phase 1, implementation phase, currently underway, fully funded. That's a $13 million project. The question that I have for Cervantes, projects in construction, this is on the way. Bypass line to Park Reservoir. Well, that's a $300,000 project. What is that? The bypass line to the Park Reservoir. Why would you even need that? If you could clarify that, I'd appreciate it. Council members, I am ordering, instructing, and demanding that you flat out reject this item. This is no good. And regarding the percentage, you council members don't know how to make a decision on anything. So I suggest you get the kids that named Cesar Chavez Park, let them pick what the percentage should be. Should it be 10? Should it be 20? Let the kids decide, because you people are incapable of making a decision to save your own fucking lives. You people are trash. I'm done.
Mr. Mayor, we have Ms. Liz Ruiz.
Thank you.
Hi. I actually share the same concern about the future investment in water treatment projects. Water is life, and it's one of our most valuable city assets. We all depend on it. If the point of this is to sway voters, its impact is very minimal. Sorry, I don't know if my baby singing is making it hard to listen to me, but if the point of this is to sway people to vote more for the UUT, it's very limited to homeowners. And as a homeowner, I already see the need or the necessity for the UUT. So I don't really feel like I need to be swayed for it. And I don't think that it's pretty much worth, who are you going to sway? I'm curious to see if any of you have spoken to anybody that was on the fence and feels like they will vote for the UUT because of this. I think it's too risky. I am generally against cutting funding for any future projects because of the increase in inflation. I think it's, the sooner we get things done, the better. And especially when it comes to something as valuable as our water. And I actually also believe that we undervalue our water, that people should be paying for it more because although I appreciate the per capita or average residential water use having gone lower, I think it can be lower. But that's another topic. But yeah, I'm not really for this, but it was a nice try, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So just so I understand this, this is only an agendized item because of the discussion on the UUT. That's according to what the city manager said. And it's only going to be available if the UUT passes. So all these are tied into the proposed UUT tax, yet you're telling us it's not tied to the UUT tax? I mean, I know you guys like to gaslight and, tell half truths all the time. This one takes the cake, except this is more proof that you guys don't learn your lessons. This is why we're in a deficit right now. You're spending money from other funded projects for the president to help yourselves, to help your lie of a emergency that you created. Can't do that. Do you guys want our water contaminated even more than what it is? I mean, how many projects? I was looking at what projects are going to be cut under the second phase and the third phase. You guys are going to come back 2 years from now when there's no more money and we have actual particles running around the water because you can't build a PFAS plant. I mean, this is what's next. You're going to sell reverse mortgages to people? Why don't you sell lottery tickets? I mean, you guys are so desperate for this UUT that you're going to start pulling funds from other sources that really matter to this community. Some of you talk about hurting people in the community. What do you think you're doing with the water? If these projects are not done, you're just making a more unsafe environment for people in this community. Anyways, that's all I have. Thank you.
We have caller ending in 6712. 712.
Hi, this is Cindy Anderson. I just wanted to say I do like the discount if the UUT passes. I do support the UUT measure because it provides a way to maintain essential city services for parks, public safety, youth programs, community sources without placing the entire burden on the city employees through layoffs and service reductions. While nobody, and I mean nobody, including myself, likes taxes, the reality is our city needs a stable source of revenue to continue providing the services that our residents depend on. I believe this one-time reduction on the water bill would assist. I don't want to see the projects set off. Would it cause a safety issue if they were set off or just delayed? I encourage the city council to keep looking for ways to improve efficiency. But I also recognize the importance of investing in our city's future. I hope the UUT does pass. I know many speakers are against it. It's politics. Some of them are running for office and, they need something. And then you have others that talk about CBD block grant, which can't be used in the way they want to. Thank you for your time.
We have no others. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
All right, any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails.
All right, bring it back to council. Any questions?
Did
you want to answer any?
Is it anything? Could I just clarify a couple statements?
Sure,
just
go ahead.
Before we have too much dialogue. Just there was a question about the PFAS plant, which is listed at around $13 to $15 million. That we had a section in phase one that's already in planning and close to construction. And my understanding is that project's in and funded, wouldn't be delayed through any process. Is that correct, Art?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So the really important projects stay on the same flow. Anything that's being planned, not under construction yet, with a model where a relief was given would have, the design would just be extended an extra 12 months and the projects would continue. So no threat to water safety. If there was a 1-year grant given, the important PFAS plant goes forward with no delay. Just wanted to clarify that. And one other question was, or statement about the UUT was just, instead of doing something like this, could there be exemptions for seniors? Just to clarify for those that maybe haven't followed that whole dialogue, there is more information on the website, but the proposed language has 65 and over low-income exemption for anybody who wouldn't have to pay the UUT at all. So just wanted to clarify those 2 points. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
do. City Attorney, if you can clarify this for me. What is the definition of a quid pro quo legally?
Quid pro quo is something given in exchange for something else.
Okay. This is what is not sitting well with me right now. As I'm looking on there, it's conditional. It's always conditional based on whether the UUT passes or not. It has a sunset date, which I've asked that we put a sunset date on the UUT, of which that's not being supported by my colleagues. Which projects would be delayed, Arturo?
So phase two projects are those that we've got planned and we don't have schedules for, but they're better defined. At this point in time, we haven't selected whether we would delay a project or whether we would downsize a project. So for example, I've got a $6 million budget for water main, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong list. I've got $8 million budgeted for change out of water meters as part of phase two. I could, rather than changing out all of the older water meters, we can leave some of the water meters in place. Water meters will continue to operate. There is no negative impact to the water system, but we could downsize that and just delay the replacement. We're also, we've budgeted $25 million for water main replacements. They can continue to operate in their current state. We just won't have the benefit of having renewed water lines. So we haven't selected that, but we would select those that are least impactful to the reliability of the water system.
So the ones that we would change, the water mains, if we were to wait, how much more will it increase if we wait 2 or 3 years?
It just depends on the inflation of, you're referring to the cost of replacing
cost,
those, just
yeah.
usually the cost of inflation. Yeah, it could be, 5%, 8%. That's just not a known, but costs generally increase over time.
Thank you. Thank you for the speakers that are here, those that are on YouTube and on Zoom. This is one item that has really bothered me. If we're going to give the community something, then let's give the community something. But let's not put strings attached to it. That doesn't sit well with me. So if we're going to give you a discount, somebody suggested a lower amount. Well, then let's do a lower amount per year. But again, I don't know if that's even a viable option with my colleagues and whether or not they would support it or not. But for me, at this point, just the fact that it's conditional doesn't sit well with me. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, community, for your input on this matter. This matter came about because of the issues of affordability and the struggle in our community in terms of the economic issues that are facing our community, and we were looking for a way. I don't think we were tying it. I wasn't tying it to the UUT, but that's, you can't give a discount if we're in a deficit situation. But the issue here is, that money that the water district has accumulated, yes, it's for these projects, but you just heard that it's not going to threaten the water safety, and the projects will eventually continue. So this is money that has been accumulated by the residents that are paid into the system and to maintain our water safe and sound. And so I proposed it only because I thought that, that the community was hurting, that, and here we are, we're going to charge them the UUT, electricity, natural gas, water again, sewer, and, phone and all of these other issues. So I thought the community could use a break. And that's what this is about, to kind of help the community out through this struggle time, because we did have a little money in the water. And that's the idea. I don't think it was people are saying quid pro. I didn't, never use that word. So again, it's not going to threaten any water supply or anything like that. So it's just going to give, the plan is to give folks that are struggling a little break. because if the UUT passes, that's the thing. Give them a little break so they don't have to pay so much, and that's all. Just reduce a little, and that was the intent. And so we're trying to do a good thing. You know, people reacting in another way, but that's okay. That's part of it. So I just wanted to put that out there. How many? I have a question in regards to the ones that are going to pay for the UUT. Most of them is going to be, I think I heard it was going to be mostly businesses, that most of the income, is that correct? That the generated revenue is going to come mostly from business? Is that?
Yeah, we have estimates that, and it's does happen in other cities as well, that when you quantify the total utility bills in a community like ours, 60% plus of the total utilities spent on gas, water, and all that is commercial or industrial, and 40% or less is residential. So when we talk about the total cost, it's for residences, but it's also for all our businesses too.
So it's a 60-40
That's the
split,
estimate,
kind of mostly business and then the residents. Okay.
Just because you're talking about the businesses, would this also apply to the businesses?
The
discount?
The discount concept, again, it can be adjusted by council, but it was costed out for all customers. And the idea would be anybody who pays a water bill. So that's in some cases a renter, some cases a property owner. It's tied to the water bill, not to the property owner. And again, I think to further Councilmember Rios, when he was discussing this with me, I think your overall vision was, you know, that there's all these trade-offs. There's costs have risen. There isn't enough funding to run our city the way we want. The UUT is looking as a solution for that, but to step up to a level that we probably need suddenly on people's bills in one fell swoop could be a large increase. If there was amongst all those bills, you were saying a discount on the water side that would be noticeable, it creates like a 1-year step forward instead of a sudden jump. That was, I think, the concept, is sort of ease towards it versus having a sudden jump. Is that correct?
And hoping that things get better with the economy, and that you know, it's a way of giving them our own community. Again, this is money that they put into the system, a little break. And again, if we're gonna, and 10% is really, if we're going with 8 or whatever the percentage is, we're, you know, that water is one of them. So it would, if we were even to do a 10%, we're not giving them really a break. We would have to go higher for them to be noticeable. Otherwise, we're not giving the residents a break. But if some of the residents don't feel that this is a good break for the community, that's understandable too. Maybe all it is was an effort to try to reduce some of the pain and some of the residents because they're having to pay bills. So just help them out for a year. But it wasn't tied into the UUT, at least the way I proposed it.
Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quick, City Manager, I know the CDBG funding was mentioned, and I know that there are certain ways that we cannot use CDBG funding for offset the amount.
Yeah, there are limited projects, and you know, myself being here now, getting close to 3 years, I've heard the dialogue about, you know, all sorts of needs in the community, in the parks, more rec facility items, paving our streets, and looking after, you know, facades and homes. And there's so many needs. CDBG funds have been spread over a number of these needs, and I've heard passionate conversations about it needs to all be spent on road repair. I've heard it all needs to be spent on facilities for the park, and now we're, you know, being said perhaps it should all be spent on some other, you know, on home repair. It has limits to what it can be used. There's only a small amount, and there's needs throughout the community, and the past allocations have been spread amongst different buckets. If it all moves, say, to one item, as was mentioned here, home repair projects, then we lose all the projects that are getting built right now in the park. We lose the pavement that has recently been paved in many of our streets that need it. So I think it's similar to our whole budget conversation, our UUT conversation. So many needs, not enough revenue, and CDBG does have limited uses. and a lot of requests. And we are going to take our next year's allocation to our CAC committee in the coming month or two to get their insights on how to spend that money, and comments can be made about the different buckets it could be used to. And that's typically our step, is committee first and then back to council for allocation.
Thank you. And also, I wish that we would have brought this after the UUT passed. And I understand that this is whether, if it passes, and then we'll take action. But if it doesn't pass, nothing happened. But once the UUT passes, I have a concern with the general funding. Because we're talking about depending on the percentage, and right now, it doesn't feel good to use our general fund for any discounts. Because if we start using general funds on discount this, on discount that, then we are going to be left with absolutely nothing in the general fund. So right now, I don't know if I'm going to support this. I understand it's a discount to the community, but I wish that we had brought this before, not before, after. Then it would be more appropriate. Because I think that my concern is the general fund. And I just want to make sure that we are careful on using funding and don't bring any other items in doing any discounts, because we are not in the time to give discounts. So those are my feelings.
Mr. Mayor, so yeah, the discussion on the UUT will be coming up shortly. And right from the get-go, the idea of a UUT was not connected to anything. However, I've known Mr. Rios for many, many years, and he's very concerned about the impacts to the community. When he first brought this up, I didn't understand what he was trying to do. I know he's trying to be helpful on the impact, but because I know that when the water rates were increased at one point, the idea was to use that money to address the infrastructure. And I think we've done that. I think we've been doing that. And the window was open for the possibility of giving a little bit of relief. I wanted to hear the discussion to see how the program will impact our water system. And quite honestly, I don't see that we need to do this. But, in hearing from people, if they're okay with not having the discount, I'm in favor of that too. I think that if we can get by without connecting it to anything, and I agree, there's a possibility that if in the future, after we know what the results of the UUT are, remember the water fund cannot be used for anything else. It's only for water-related issues. It can't be used for salaries. It can't be used for potholes or graffiti removal. It can only be used for the water system. And right now, our water system is doing well. It's got a good reserve. But we still got projects to take care of. So again, I'm not 100% content with this, but I appreciate your effort in trying to address this, Mr. Vice Mayor, but I'm okay with not doing this at all.
Yeah, I just want to add that, recently we found out that that we had to include, that to be equitable, that we had to include the other part of the community that I guess we wasn't thought through, and that that was the issue. That's how the general fund came into the picture. Otherwise, it wouldn't have. If all of our residents were under one our water district, then this wouldn't. That whole issue wouldn't have come in where we're using general fund. But because, to be fair with some of the constituencies on the Holladale side, I understand that, and it makes sense. And I'm fine. All we were trying to do is, I think this council was trying to provide some assistance to deal with the affordability issue. Have we seen gas prices and food and everything gone up? That it would be good to put a little bit of money back into the pockets of some of the residents, and that's all that was intended to do. So I'm fine. Yeah, we'll keep looking for other ways to help our residents.
You need direction or a motion to kill this, or?
If there's no motion made, the item dies on its own initiative. So you don't need a motion to reject the item or not approve it. You can just move on to the next item.
All right, great.
But I want to thank
Yeah,
Vice
just-
Mayor Rios for an effort on trying to do something. I hope that this satisfies that part of it.
Yeah, I definitely want to say, Vice Mayor Rios, thank you for, bringing this idea up. I think that one of the things that it allowed us to do was really learn about how all of the water fund is allocated through all of the different phases of our projects, and also how all of our city is divided up with all the different water funds and all the different features there. So it allowed us to learn a little bit more of that process. But yeah, I can't see us deferring some of those maintenance projects that we have. And also very difficult to touch the general fund when we're trying to feed the general fund at the same time. So I think it's tough. It's a tough conversation, but thank you for that effort. All right. Madam Clerk, we'll go to item number 3.
Mr. Mayor, this is where
Or-
we move to,
I'm sorry, City Attorney? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We need to have a motion to recess this regular city council meeting, and then we need to bring back the recess meeting from previous.
So we'll go ahead and can we have a motion to recess?
So move.
We have a first and a second.
Councilmember Avalos? Yes. Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes. All right, thank you. And then we'll continue item number 3
Is it
from
okay?
the
Do you like-
June.
How much time?
We're going to continue. You want to take a break?
5 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. In respect to Councilwoman Avalos, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. All right. A roll.
The slides. Yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and bring this meeting back. And we're going to go ahead and continue the meeting from June 9th and start item number 3. You want to read the item?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will consider A, selecting utility users tax rate of 8% or 9% in place of the 7% rate reflected in the documents presented on April 14th, 2026. B, adopting the amended and restated resolution, submitting the revised ballot measure to the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 municipal election by the required 2/3 vote of the full council under California Government Code Section 53724B. C, approving the revised proposed ordinance for submission to the voters. And D, directing staff to transmit the adopted documents to LA County Registry Recorder's Office before August 7th, 2026 filing date. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. City Manager, you want to kind of tee this up?
Mr. Mayor, just because there may be people listening here that were not part of the June 9th meeting, I think it's important to provide context again on the record here. We did it at the prior, during our council meeting earlier this evening. This is a continuation of item number 3. Where we left off on item number 3 was that there had been a staff report that was provided. The matter was opened up to public comment. The city council received public comment. Public comment was then closed, and then the matter was being discussed back and deliberated by the city council. The city council then decided to adjourn and continue that item number 3 to this evening. So this is why we have a recessed meeting from June 9th. It's not an opportunity to then reopen it up for public comment. That has already occurred. And so we're back at the point where we're before the city council, and you're asking city managers to do a little summary of where we were when we left off. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Certainly. So as mentioned, we had a full presentation. We have a few slides just to give us an update. I could probably run through quickly. We had a discussion about the revenues that would be generated from the proposed 7% percentage for the UT and compared it to our revised 5-year forecast and saw that we were concerned with recent trends that the 7% may not give us a full restoration of the revenues that we need to fund all the services we've had in the past. We looked at 8%, which would be higher revenue, and then 9% higher than that, again, to cover not just the services that have been cut and will be cut in the coming months, but also enough to have some spare funding for rainy days and different adjustments that might be needed or projects in the future. So that was the discussion. There was a decision then to have council give direction of whether we stand pat with the 7% that's already been approved or look at an 8% or 9% to be changed out in the draft measure. And with that direction, if there's more information that's required, that's fine. If not, the request is just to let us know what percent is the final one. If there's a 8 or a 9% that you're looking to pick, we would require a 4/5 vote for that. If no change is made, we don't require a vote because 7% is already approved.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. If any council would like to open up for discussion.
Okay, I'll start it off. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so this is a continuation from the last discussion. I'm looking at the staff report, key forecast assumptions, and maybe ask some questions along those lines, City Manager. These projections rest on the assumption the council should keep in view HDL revenue projections with about 3% annual property tax growth payoff of the, that's one thing. So are we okay? What does that mean? I mean, that means that, where were we compared to last year on that?
Luis, could you pull up the slide that has the forecast that we had with the charts there? Which one was that? So we had a revised forecast that increased our costs. Do you want to just quickly refresh our memory on that piece?
Sure. So I think the question is more about some of the assumptions that went into this. I think you're asking specifically about revenue projections. So on average, our property tax revenue goes up about 3% per year. And so that's what we mean by that.
And that's what we're anticipating next year?
Yes,
Okay, thank you for that. And then it goes on, and I know that it goes on, that says in the payoff of the 2005 pension, police pension obligation bond, that's coming up, right?
That's right. So we will be paying off the pension obligation bond, sorry, in 27, 28. And so if you look at the forecast, you'll see in 27, 28, for example, under the 8% scenario, a deficit for that year that will have to be covered through reserves. But you'll see in the following years that we're in the black, and that's because the payoff of that bond frees up about $2 million a year.
Okay, and then it says 1 million in insurance savings beginning 27, 28 if the city changes carrier, and we are planning to do that, right?
Yes, there are efforts already underway. There was already, I believe, an item on that went to council that provided notice, that authorized us to provide notice to the JPA that we're considering moving away from them.
And I'll just add that we had an initial quote that from a different provider that mentioned the opportunity for roughly a $1 million per year saving in the premium. However, now in the next 3 or 4 months, we'll be negotiating. They'll be looking into great detail, and we'll see what the actual quote is. So, we're hoping it's $1 million. It could be a little less. We don't want to bank on that number, but we know it'll be less than what we're paying now.
And then it says 1% annual UUT growth starting for year 28, 20. What does that mean?
It means there's a natural growth in our water revenues. It's really small, so that's why there's a 1% factor in there. But we do intend to begin collection efforts on water, and so that's going to bring in additional revenue.
Okay, and then the last thing is assume 6% salary turnover savings. Explain that a little bit, just so I
just want to make sure. Yeah, so on average, at the end of each year, there is about a 6% salary savings naturally from vacancies that occur. And so it assumes that we, and it's not an assumption, that's a reality, that we're never fully staffed.
Okay, so the question today is that, we already approved the 7%. Now is the question is 8 or 9%. And that's why.
Yes, sir. So that the question before council is, do we keep that 7%, which is currently already approved? No action would be required of the council at that point. Or would the council consider an 8 or 9% UUT rate? If so, it would require a 4/5 vote. And that would also, in terms of actions required, adopt the amended resolution that has the new rates and the new ballot language, as well as the draft ordinance that would also have to be submitted to the county.
Okay, I want to hear from my colleagues before I have other question.
Councilor?
Yeah, so again, this is going to be on the ballot. We've already approved that, 7% request. I know you were not on the council until 2017. The city has been having a structural deficit, not from this year or 2 years ago or 5 years ago. This has been going on for a few decades. back in 2005, we took like, what was it, a $25 million bond, right? 24,400,000. And now it's going to be paid off. And why did we do that? We didn't have millions of dollars in reserve. We had roughly $100,000 in reserve. That was it. But somehow we managed to get through. The deficit still existed. In 2008, we placed a ballot measure on the ballot of 1%. We knew that was not enough, but we couldn't go any higher. There was a cap. The cap was no taxes in the state of California to exceed 10.25%. So we took that, the only avenue we had, which was the 1%, and it passed. It wasn't enough. In 2010, our employees took a pay cut. That wasn't enough. In 2012, we cut staff even further. That wasn't enough. But we've been finding ways to move the city forward. Meanwhile, cities all around us have passed additional taxes. Mr. City Manager, I don't know if you have a list of any of the cities that just passed additional taxes in June?
I do. I would need 2.5 minutes to get that up.
To research it? Okay, well, while
just to grab, I have a list. I just have to get it in my email.
is it there in your system? Can you look for it while I'm talking? So again, is 7% enough? Well, I understood it from the get-go that it was not enough. But the idea was, if we go any higher, it may not pass. But, you know, I've been listening to the treasurer, and he's been looking at the numbers pretty closely. So I'm going to ask him if he wants to chime in now with his thought. I don't want to put you on the spot, but.
No, that's fine. I mean, my stance since, I believe, last year was that 7% was not going to be sufficient. And that stands true today with, you know, the presentations that you've seen before you. 9% will generate roughly $11.5 million, which will cover the needs of the city, at least for the next 3 years that have been projected and moving forward. My position's been not only to go 7%, but also, you know, to be clear that once a UUT passes with a 9%, that we still maintain all the cuts that were implemented in this year's 2026-27 budget, and only restore the public safety components of what was cut. So police officers, the police department needs to be fully funded, and public safety, including the crossing guards and others that are tight, need to be fully funded again. Taking a portion of what is being generated to invest back into business development to generate new revenue streams is going to be important. So for the next 3 years after the UUT, it's really managing that revenue stream efficiently, being good stewards of that money, investing it, and at the same time replenishing the reserves. That's been my recommendation, and still the same one today.
Thank you. Do you have the information? Okay, take it away.
There was a number of cities in LA County that in the June ballot measure put tax measures on the ballot. All of those cities that had sales tax measures that they added passed. Examples are in Bell, a 1% sales tax measure passed. They currently have a 10% UUT tax on top of that. Bell Gardens passed a 0.25 sales tax measure, Commerce a 0.25 sales tax, so did Covina, so did Gardenia. They all did 0.25 additional sales tax. And then Gardenia passed La Puente did a 0.5 sales tax, Lomita 0.25, and then San Marino a 1% sales tax measure, and they have a 5% UUT as well. So there's a lot of cities in June that went forward because they are short revenue just like us, because costs have increased just like us, and because revenues aren't increasing fast enough. We're not alone, and I know there'll be more than this amount of cities. There's a total of 2, 4, 6, 8 that were on the list in June. I can guarantee there'll be more than 8 in November of surrounding cities when I talk to city managers around that same gap and deficit problem that we're having, everybody's having. And there will be more tax measures. And so far, as of June, communities were understanding that and passing those measures.
Thank you. And I bring that up because I think that an effort was made, I mentioned this at a previous meeting, in 1988 to pass a ballot measure here, and that one failed. They asked for 15% at the time. And why did they do that? Because they were running on a deficit. And since it failed, they just had to make drastic cuts. So the question that we have here is, do we want to leave it at 7% or increase or ask for an increase of 8 or 9? And let's be clear. All we're doing is putting it on the ballot. We're not increasing taxes. We're allowing the voters to decide. Let the voters decide. And if we ask for 7% and we know that it's not enough, I think we're making a mistake. I agree with our treasurer. I think we need to consider either the 8 or 9%. And you're saying the 9%, right? Is that correct? You said that about a year ago when we first started the discussion. And I tended to agree with you. My only concern was that if we asked for that, the chances of it passing were going to be very difficult. And even now, 7%, 8%, 9%, it's going to be difficult. So I say, well, look, let's put it out there. Let's let the voters decide. And then if they decide to go against it, then we'll make whatever necessary cuts we need to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Councilwoman, you have any questions?
I don't know if it's questions as much as it is comments. Again, I'm asking for a sunset date on the UUT because I think eventually we need to be able to manage our finances and stay within budget. Having to constantly go out to the community and say, we need you to tax yourselves a little bit more, you know, to be able to spend that money. They can't go out and ask for a handout because it's not going to come. If you're living on a fixed income, it's really difficult. If you're retired and you have a fixed income, it's kind of difficult for you to be able to get more funding. It's easy for the city or the government to say, hey, we need you to tax yourselves a little bit more. Now, if we would have gone in June, it would have been at 7%. But we don't know if it would have passed. It might have, it might not have. Come October, the residents are going to get hit with that half cent. Are they going to have the additional funding for that? Well, we're all going to get hit. And we're going to get hit for a certain amount of time. And I believe because they put a sunset date on there, it's that it passed. That's not what we're doing here. Measure P passed in 2008. 16 years later, $236 million. Later, our streets are not any better. Our police department is not fully staffed. Our sidewalks are not done. I don't know. For me, this is a really difficult decision because as I'm reading here, again, it's a $3 million savings for 27, 28. Yet here in the staff report, a 9% rate produces a structural surplus that would let the city rebuild the budget stabilization reserves. So when we tell the community, we're going to spend your money on X, Y, and Z, the staff report says to the contrary. And that's not sitting well with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to add a little bit of clarity. Just if you could, Luis Falso, if I know there was a comment made just recently. There was Measure P was over $236 million, and since it passed, my understanding that it's not $236 million. It's about $180 million in total.
Yes, I don't have that exact number, but essentially it would be half of the sales tax number. We get about $14 million per year.
Right.
It is going into the general fund.
Yeah. All right. So I think it's a little dangerous when we just try to overinflate numbers just to kind of saying it out there. If we want to make sure we're getting numbers correct, we want to make sure we're saying it out there correctly.
It's in our adopted
And
budget.
then also,
It's in our adopted
if we
budget.
want to make sure that, that we're talking about, that our streets are not any better, that that our sidewalks are not any better. We have just completed our Tweedy Mile project. We've finished our Firestone project. We've completed our Garfield project, our Long Beach project. Every year we do phases of our residential street project. Are we completed everywhere in the city of Southgate? No, I know I've had many conversations with many residents that are asking, when is my street next? And we've had many conversations with our Public Works Department about how we prioritize those streets, and we're making headway with those. But I want to make sure we are very careful that we don't just say we have not made any headway. I think if anybody looks at what Southgate was 20 years ago, 19, 20 years ago, Southern, did not look that way. There was no park. There was no Cesar Chavez Park. There was no State Street Park. There was no greenery all the way down to California. It kind of just ended. It was just dirt. It was weeds. I knew it because I walked it all the way from Santa Fe all the way to Southgate Park quite often. So has the city changed? Yeah, quite a bit. Has it got a little bit better? Yeah, I think it has. I think our streets is a lot better. So I just want to add some, value to the work that our staff has done since 2008. So thank you.
I need to add one last comment because the 1 cent sales tax from 2008, we have more dollars today. A couple of weeks ago, I looked at what inflation has done to that dollar, and it was $1 from 2008 is you need $1.53. Today, I just checked it; it's now $1.55. So the value of the dollar is going down. We might have more dollars today, but you can buy less with it. I think we need to put that into the proper context. I don't make those numbers up; these are the national numbers. So again, we might have more dollars that accumulate, but they buy less. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor, just want to add a couple of things, respond to some of the, we're over 100 years old, this city. I guess you remember a few years we celebrated. And infrastructure, the streets and everything, it takes its toll on older cities. I mean, it's a lot to repair at once. And I think everybody would like to have their sidewalks. We're doing the best we can with the resources we have. I mean, they were on my street this week. But so, I mean, I know the expectation is, but we haven't gone to the voters for any tax measure over 18 years. We haven't. And other cities have. And as far as a sunset, if we do a sunset, I thought about it, but you're going to reduce the budget again when that time comes, and then we're going to be in the same predicament where we're going to be asking, well, we're going to lay off people or limit services, and I don't think that's where we want to be. This is we want to settle this. So, again, also in terms of, I was thinking 8% because I think that would give us, a little more, a couple of years in our budget to kind of work through some of this. I know we're going to be creating some savings. We're going to be more fiscally responsible, and we've learned a lot the last couple of months, and I think we'll be better stewards of the money because of that. So I'm kind of leaning, because I do still believe that it's hard times in the community, and I think 8% gives us a few years, right? Is that, a few years and then at the same time, we're going to be getting some savings from the bond, the payment of the bond, the insurance carrier. So at least I'm seeing where we could. What are you showing me?
Certainly, yeah. So I don't know if my color assessment is perfect, but I see a pinkish purple section in the middle. Sometimes people say I'm a little colorblind, but the middle, if magenta, is that the color? Okay, I just learned something. The middle one, that's the 8%. And so if you see the net revenues over line, the bottom of that colored section, each year that shows projections based on our current forecast of what the 8% revenue could lead to. So in the first year, if that was passed in November, we project still, because of the delay in the funding coming, about $500,000 short. But then the coming years, based on our projections, 1.6 million above expenditures, 1.2 the next year, 961. So it creates some coverage in the 8%. Not a lot, but it's more than that. And that factors in all those growth rates we talked about, the property tax, and takes out the $2 million in the 28-29 year with that pension bond coming in. So that has everything factored in with the amount. And then you see above the 7% that we have on the ballot, currently we worry that the out years in the light blue color start being a deficit very quickly. And then at the bottom in the green, you show a more healthy spread between, with larger dollars to have room for future, say, downturns in the economy, replenishing budget revenues, looking at maybe small one-time projects that could look at road repair or, facility repair or things that, come up. It creates more space. But so that's the comparison of the three there.
Thank you for sharing that. That just, so in summary, some of that, at least we'll get through a few years, right? I mean, the 8% is not, it's tight, but gets us there. The 9% gives us some flexibility, like new opportunities and stuff like that. So I think that's the question,
So Rob, for the 27, 28 numbers that are projected out there, is the $3 million out or added into that? The savings, the $3 million savings for 27, 28.
What do you mean 3 million?
So,
the bond payment of 2 million?
million from,
Yeah, this factors in all possible savings. The 1 million in insurance premium, if we get that, 2 million in the bond payment. The bond payment doesn't come out till the next year, 28, 29. So the first year in the column under 27, 28 still has a $2 million bond payment. And then the next year, you see each of the items in all three scenarios show a uptick of about $2 million because of that bond payment going away in the second year.
so for the measure, it says Southgate fiscal emergency. I would suggest that we change that to Southgate users utility tax instead of fiscal emergency, because we did not declare a fiscal emergency, so that's misleading. And Raul, my question to you is, what are the timelines for the impartial analysis that needs to be done for this measure?
Yeah, we have a timeline schedule for that. The clerk has that. I've seen a schedule. I don't have it handy right now, but we can get it for you so that we will make sure that the impartial analysis is done.
Okay, thank you.
Just a comment on the fiscal emergency. So we did have a whole discussion when it came in February about whether we declare a fiscal emergency. So that's a actual term that we voted on, and that was determined. That's, as we talked about, the definition is subjective. There is no clinical objective term for that. And there was a decision by the council. We needed unanimous vote, so we didn't get that. But as far as using the term fiscal emergency, when we're cutting 32 positions, $9 million, I've been involved with other cities in not as bad straits, and friends of mine in other cities have called much less than that fiscal emergencies. So there's flexibility in that term. So I could definitely say it's not misleading. It's not, there's not a problem with it. It's at the council's discretion if they want to change the phrasing, but we also did use a consultant and look at other measures, and that phrasing is very common and normal in these type of instances.
It doesn't matter what we call it, but we are in a fiscal emergency. Reality is that we are in a fiscal emergency. You might want to call it whatever, but reality is reality. And if we are going to put something in the ballot, if we're going to change it from 7 to other percentage, we need to increase it, because otherwise we don't know if insurance is going to go up next year or in 2 years, which I'm sure it is. And that's going to put us in a more critical condition. So to me, the 9%, it will give us a cushion. So if we're going to consider changing it, I would recommend to go for a 9%, because otherwise we're going to come back again next year, 2 years from now, and we're going to ask for another, and I don't think so. So right now, my request is to move it to 9%.
Okay, I'll second your motion if that's your motion. Yeah, but let me just be clear. We just made all kinds of cuts. We're letting all these employees go because we have a fiscal emergency. We didn't let them go because we didn't like them. I feel horrible for these people who left. And to say that there's not a fiscal emergency, then how would we have funded that? And again, this is something that cities all around us are dealing with, and they had the ability to place it on their, on their June election. In fact, there were some cities that recently declared a fiscal emergency that already have a UUT. We haven't had one. We haven't increased our street light and landscaping fund in decades because we're trying to keep our costs under control, our cost to our community. So to say that we don't have a fiscal emergency, I think 4 of us did, 1 of us didn't. And no, again, so we have a motion and a second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to just add a comment to this. I'm a little worried about the 9%. I think it's a high number. I think it may put the UUT in danger. Is my concern, and it also is a number that I think does not put some weight on us that we still need to do some work, right? I think we want to make sure that the residents do one part, but we have to do our part as well, because there's a level of taxes that are out there that we still have to work out to go get, that the residents are already paying for, that we know that we can go get, that we're negotiating, that we're working hard to do that already, Gil, and that we're doing that, and there's going to be opportunity there. And I think I think there, I just think that there's the opportunity is out there for the property tax reallocation to be renegotiated, right? There's potential for the redevelopment bonds that are coming up due for every city in a few years are going to be paid off. So there's all this new money that is open, that it's available, that's in the billions in LA County, that is going to be renegotiated. And we need to be in the forefront right now of starting those negotiations with our county supervisors and with our state, and try to get going with those numbers. We've been working with our state legislators and also with our lobbyists locally to get those numbers going. So I think there has to be just some conversation there where I think we need to be cognizant of what that could be. So
if I may suggest to you, because we have a motion and a second, you can introduce a substitute motion.
Yeah, I would recommend that we do this. I recommend that we do a substitute motion at 8% for the UUT.
You need a second?
I second that. And I kind of agree with the mayor because, when I look at the number here, it does add, quite a bit. Instead of a 7%, 8%, $5 a month, almost $5.50 a month, plus it's another $66. You add a rate of 9%, that's $10 a month more to the bill, average bill, roughly $132 a year. and you know, it's I think it's a compromise. I mean, you know, and it helps us a few years, and it makes us more fiscally responsible now that we know that we can't, you know, we have to manage the resources a lot better.
Right. And like the city treasurer says, it's still going to be our responsibility to make sure that we're still maintaining some of these cuts, that we're identifying where we're actually doing the spending and prioritizing certain areas of where we do want to spend the money. And that's going to be a very tough decision to move forward, but that's the motion.
All right, so we have a motion and a second at a 9%. Is there a request to accept the 8% as a friendly amendment to that motion? Otherwise, we have to have a vote.
Yeah, he made a substitute motion and it
Well,
was second. So we
No, but the substitute motion doesn't override the current motion. I don't want to be too technical here. So
think
It
does.
does.
It does.
so you either take,
No, it does. And
It
and I
does.
think it makes good points of funding that's coming in the future. So, I mean, I won't mind.
so you're
Substitute
okay
motion.
accepting the
Oh,
substitute
the
motion?
8%, yes.
And you second, are you okay with the substitute motion?
Mhm.
Okay, all right, so we'll move forward with the original motion will die, we'll go with the substitute motion.
So I have a question for you, city manager. All of the cities that you quoted that passed sales tax or any of those measures in June, all of those council members in most of those cities put their name behind that they were standing behind that measure. So I just want to know, is this council going to be doing the same or not? Okay. The mayor just answered yes.
Yes.
I don't have that answer. That would be up to the
Yes.
council.
Roll call.
Yeah, the good thing about we can endorse, we can do whatever we want. If we're putting it in the ballot, the residents are the ones who are going to decide. We're not deciding. We're just giving them the opportunity to decide whether they
I
want
have,
it or not.
and I'll just say this in a comment. I have a family, I have a young family here who I hope my children will love this city and want to raise their family here. So I will proudly support it because this community means to me a lot.
Well, let's just stick with the motion right now.
Mr. Mayor, I do have someone on Zoom who raised their hand. I just want to be clear that we're not allowing for any comments.
Yeah, that's correct. The period for public comments was already closed. This is just a continuation of the item that was previously being deliberated.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilmember Avalos?
No.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
And Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, we would recess the June 9th meeting.
Adjourn, right?
Adjourn.
Adjourn.
Make a
Thank
motion
you.
to adjourn that meeting.
Second.
We have a first and second for the adjourn to June 9th meeting. Meeting is adjourned, and now we would return to the June 23rd meeting.
Yes.
All right. You guys didn't know we were time travelers. And now we are in the non-agenda comments from the item. If you'd like to make any comments, please move forward and line up. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that I'm going to start the timer for the 45 minutes.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, council members. My name is Yancy Lopez, and I run a family business here in Southgate. I understand that the public hearing on the UUT was held previously, and I was hoping to make a public comment before item 3 was brought up. So I'm not here to revisit the rate itself. I want to speak specifically about the wording of the measure and one piece that I think could give residents a lot more peace of mind, and that's a sunset clause, which I also mentioned in April. For anyone who may not know what that is, a sunset clause simply means that after a certain number of years, the tax expires unless voters decide they want to renew it. It doesn't mean we're saying no forever. It just means that residents get another opportunity down the line to ask, do we still need this? And honestly, I don't think that's unreasonable. Because right now, there are a lot of questions and a lot of uncertainty. Will the rate increase over the years? Will future councils come back and ask for more? Will residents 20 years from now still be paying this tax? If the city finances improve, will there ever be an opportunity to revisit it? And in a world where we don't know what the economy is going to look like, I think those are fair questions to ask. These are the kinds of uncertainties that a sunset clause helps address. Because if this tax is truly meant to help the city get through its current deficit, then years from now, residents should have the opportunity to decide whether it's still necessary. And if the community feels it is, then they can vote to keep it. Nobody loses. The people simply get another chance to have a say. Over the last several months, we've heard different percentages being discussed, and I think it's fair to say that for many residents, trust has been strained. People have questions and want certainty, and honestly, I don't think that's unreasonable. A sunset clause doesn't solve every concern, but it does provide something that many residents are looking for: reassurance. It says we're asking you for your support today, but we're not assuming this should last forever. Because we're not just voting on a percentage, we're voting on the language. We're voting on what kind of promises are being made to residents, not just today, but years down the road. And in a time when many residents and businesses are questioning whether they can trust their elected officials, I think giving the community the ability to revisit this tax in the future is a fair compromise. And honestly, I don't understand why some council members don't see the positive in implementing a sunset clause. Thank you.
Hello again, my name is Carolina. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Today I'm speaking regarding the city's financial deficit and the proposed utility users tax increase. Many residents understand that Southgate faces serious financial challenges. However, rebuilding the city's finances requires rebuilding public trust first. Unfortunately, there is a growing lack of transparency that has many community members skeptical of the city's decisions. One example is the proposed tax increase. Residents were initially presented with a 7% proposal, only to later see discussion of 8 to even 9% rate. When significant changes occur without clear community engagement and explanation, it creates confusion and further breaks trust. Community trust is also weakened when residents feel their voices are being limited. The city's social media platforms have often have their comments turned off, taking away the most accessible ways for residents to ask questions, share concerns, and engage with their local government. Transparency requires two-way communication, not just one-way announcements. If the city believes a utility users tax is necessary, I urge the council to consider a compromise that includes a sunset clause. Residents are more likely to support a temporary measure tied to a specific time frame and clear financial goals than a tax increase with no defined end date. The public deserves to know when the tax would expire and what progress would need to be met before it is renewed. I also encourage the council to discuss term limits. Southgate needs opportunities for new leadership, fresh ideas, and greater public confidence in local government. Long-term political divisions have made it difficult for our city to unite and move forward together. Southgate deserves transparency, accountability, and a clear path to address its financial challenges while earning back the trust of its residents. Thank you.
Good evening, Pichardo San Gabriel. I attended Al's listening session on Thursday and asked Mr. Barone if I have ever requested a favor regarding code enforcement. He claimed I had when I asked him to look into a code regarding the utility trailer. To be clear, that's not a favor. That is constituent service. Yet, that is not what you stated on May 27, 2025. You claimed I asked, Mr. Barone, can you do something? Can you intervene? You shifted the focus to frame us as unhappy residents for not receiving any backroom deals. And that's a lie. For the record, I never asked any one of you for a backroom deal. Furthermore, I am following up on the meeting of February 24, 26, as I had yet to receive a response from my public comment regarding Councilmember Hurtado's violation of the rules of decorum. While the city attorney claimed that on March 24th, the audio was manipulated, I submitted a PRA request for the original footage. The original source uploaded by the city clerk clearly captures Councilmember Hurtado stating the following: at 3:31:41, don't listen to that shit. At 3:42:12, clowns, those commissioners are clowns. At 4:04:57, piece of shit. This represents a serious conflict. Either the city clerk is distributing manipulated audio or the city attorney is providing false information to the public to cover for Councilmember Hurtado's violating the decorum, I request the following. To the city clerk, did you manipulate the audio for Councilmember Hurtado? Councilmember Hurtado, did you in fact use a profanity during the meeting? To the city attorney, I request that you review the original footage, providing the city clerk publicly acknowledging the recorded conduct and issue a formal correction to the record regarding the previous claim of manipulation. Please provide a timeline for when the correction will be made. Thank you.
Anna Rodriguez. On behalf of Southgate Women's Club, you know our organization has been in Southgate since 1919. I have been a member of Southgate Women's Club since 2022. I retired from the city in 2020, and I have enjoyed belonging to an organization where we can actually work together. Our meetings are held at the Girls Clubhouse, and we appreciate the fact that we can use the Girls Clubhouse. But in all this time that we've had our meetings or we hold events there at the Girls Clubhouse, we have to either go buy ice or have staff go get some ice for us or try to find a way of getting ice. We've been in there when you've got kids that are in there, you've got the tiny tots that use the facilities, and you've got staff there. Now you have the teen center there, but you don't have an ice machine. So as an organization, we decided to get together and we ordered an ice machine for the Girls Clubhouse. So here it is. We're donating it to the clubhouse so that they can install it. And it's there for staff to use, for the teachers that are there to use. Should you need ice for an emergency or something for the students that are there, the tiny tots, or even after school care, you know, the teen center, you have it there instead of having to run out and get it. So this is our donation to the club. And I mean, we're there to help in any way that we can on behalf of Southgate Women's Club. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Margarita Valenzuela, and I'm a resident here in Southgate. I come before you to talk on behalf of a lot of my neighbors, a big majority of our community who are seniors. I understand that this proposal or this ballot would be an 8%, 9%, but as a daughter of senior parents, I can tell you the exemption that you all have talked about for our senior citizens does not tell the whole story. My parents live on fixed income, and like many adult children in Southgate, I help them financially whenever I can. I help with expenses because the reality is that Social Security checks do not always stretch far enough to cover medications, groceries, utilities, and everyday necessities. Many seniors may be exempt from this tax, but their families are not. Working sons and daughters are helping support their parents. Grandparents are helping raise grandchildren. Entire households are pooling resources to keep up with the rising cost of living. At a time when families are struggling to afford groceries, rent, medication, and utility bills, asking the residents to vote on a utility tax sends the wrong message. Before asking the community to pay more, the city should have demonstrated that it's exhausted every option to control its spending and address its financial challenges. Southgate residents are hardworking people. They are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for leadership that understands what families are facing every month when they sit at the kitchen table and decide which bills get paid first. An exemption for seniors, again, does not eliminate the burden when their children are still helping pay the bills. Thank you.
Here we go again. Good evening, everybody. My name is Gloria Medina. I'm the president of the Southgate Women's Club. And I do thank you, all of you, for allowing us to be here and also to have our meetings in our clubhouse. As we mentioned it, Anna, before, I mean, you know, we are here to support everybody, and especially the city. The city has been going through a lot of things, and we are here to support you. I know there's a lot of a division, and we want everybody united, and we were trying to do that in many ways. So you know you can count on us. So but there's another thing that we are doing also. On Friday the 26th, we are having the bingo night. And the money that we raise here is for the scholarships that we give to the seniors in our schools right here. We had make different changes in our the way we give the money. We also provide the money to those who actually they don't go to the school right here. They go to different cities, the different schools outside of Southgate, but they are residents of Southgate. We noticed that there's a lot of them, those students that they really need the money, even though they don't come to schools right here. So the only way that we can do and help them and increase the money, we're giving just $1,000 right now. So we're trying to make it more, and the only way we can do it is by doing the fundraising. And the way you can help us is also to allow us to do the events in the clubhouse. I know you've been doing a lot of help for us by not asking the actually the fees that we're supposed to be paying, and we do appreciate that. That helps a lot to us, and that money that we save from you giving us the place for free, it goes to this account, to the fundraising, to give the activities. Also, we are not only just give money to the students, but we also give it to the cancer for the Special Olympics. We did a lot of donations to them. So we need to do the fundraising in order to do this. And also to the small organizations that they are here in Southgate, we're trying to help them as well. So there's some flyers right here. There, hopefully you will be able to display it right here in the city so they can be able to help us. And look forward to see some of you attending to those events. So thank you, appreciate that. Have a nice evening.
Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. Just want to touch on a few things regarding the budget and UUT. So, it's interesting that it started at 7, maybe 9. Now you ended up at 8. The budget deficit started at 4 or 5, then 7 or 8, then 10, maybe 11. There's just, if I were providing services or a product to a client or a customer, and I said, hey, it's going to be this, and then I change it up, and then I change the price again, I mean, that makes me look like a fool. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. And that's really how I feel this is. Like, it's almost like you're playing darts. Let's see where it lands, and let's see what rate we're going to charge and what utility tax we're going to add to the ballot, right? I mean, it just seems it's either incompetence or you're misleading, or just, hey, let's see what sticks. I know that Mayor Barone said that many rates were discussed, but it almost seems like, let's see what'll pass, right? Let's just see what hits, because 10% you said you wouldn't do because you knew that wouldn't pass. So let's just see how much we can get, and that's really what it feels like. Like, you're trying to nickel and dime everyone, and hey, let's see what we can do. If it's not 7, then maybe 6, maybe 8. Again, it's all over the place. So, last meeting, Mr. Frostro said that we were 2 years away from being insolvent, and you guys have said that we should listen to the professionals. Well, the professionals are telling us that we're 2 years from being insolvent, and they're the ones that got us there, including yourselves. So again, I just think that you need to get your act together and get these things straight. On another note, you also mentioned that there's a lot of misleading information on social media, that we shouldn't listen to it, that again, we should listen to the experts. But you laugh when people come here and give you their opinion. I know that Councilmember Hurtado said that he's here to listen. I know that 2 of you recently had a listening session, but if you're laughing at people and not taking it seriously, you're really, and I'm going to use Mayor Barone's word, you're making a mockery of this, right? I mean, you're polarizing people, you're creating distrust in the whole process, and really you're creating a divide instead of everyone listening and I guess working together to try to find something. So again, I'm glad that the call-in feature is now here so that more people can potentially call in. But, I hope that things improve. Thank you.
All right, go ahead and close the public comments. Any Zoom calls?
We have emails, Mr. Mayor?
Do we have any Zoom calls first?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead.
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead.
You know, just when I thought our council members couldn't possibly be any stupider than what I've already thought them to be, you guys prove me wrong. See, here you saw Frausto's presentation. He stated 7% ain't going to do it. 8% ain't going to last you. If you want to build growth, you need to take it to 9. And I told De La Paz and Ms. Glaze it should be 10. And you know, our city manager has such a massive hard-on when it comes to staff recommendations. You know, there was so much information in Mr. Frausto's presentation. Maybe I missed it. I'm curious. What was staff's recommendation as to what the percentage should be for the utility user tax? Was it 9? Because I don't know. I must have missed it. I'm going to go back and watch the meeting. I would like to know what was staff's recommendation, because you're so big on these recommendations. I missed it. Now, council members, earlier tonight, in the special meeting, you highlighted a dozen people who you shit-canned out of their jobs and are forced to retire because you mismanaged our city and ran it into the ground, and you forced these people to retire prematurely. 12 people. You had 3 people in there that are the anchors of our city. You had Dina Zaragoza. You had I call her Miss Debbie, Debbie Valdez, and you had Alicia Estrada. Alicia Estrada has been working with our city hall since 1994. I graduated from high school in 1994, for crying out loud. And you shit can these people because you did such a poor job of managing our city. I never thought I'd see these, and I'll guarantee you, these 3 women going into 2026 weren't planning on retiring. I don't think they were planning on ending their careers this year. And it's just so sad. It just saddens me to see these people go. You lost another ace, Sean Palos. Sean Palos, I mean, he's a young guy. He's got plenty of years left, and now he's gone. He's out of the job. And then the 13th person that you didn't include was Raquel Larios from Ms. Blaze's office. She's gone too. So council members, you have yourselves to blame for this. If you want to know why these people are gone, it's because of your neglect, your massive neglect in mishandling our city's revenue, letting the Department of Community Development go to ruin, and I don't even know how the hell you're going to get that department properly staffed. I mean, this is such a massive disaster. And then here you blew it again with the utility user tax, making it 8. I'm so disappointed in all you. You people truly are trash. I'm going to end with that.
We have Ms. Liz Ruiz.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed with the 8%. I guess it's a little more easier to swallow for the public. Maybe it does have a higher chance of passing, but I do worry about the future shortfall and wonder whether you are considering raising taxes related to the other funds, like the street and lighting fund, the water fund, like you guys mentioned today. I do see that as something that could be easier to pass, but I worry whether or not the next opportunity to do that without having to incur a high fee would be sooner than later when we would actually need to. So yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy road, and I'm hoping that you all really thought this through. My other question is again about the hazard mitigation plan. I still haven't seen the updated. I still see the draft posted online, and I'm wondering whether it was ever finalized. And I also wanted to recognize that I do see the efforts, or I don't know if maybe it's just my own perception, that you all are trying to be more succinct in your comments. But if not, I really do encourage you. The marathon meetings are pretty long, and a lot of important items that I would like to speak out and think that should be important for the rest of the public are usually during consent calendar. So I think it's a disservice to the public to drag out meetings. I think sometimes unnecessarily with repetitive comments when they can be more succinct. Questions, like especially from Councilmember Avalos, should be done before the meeting and maybe updated during the meeting just to not catch staff, like the deer in the headlights. But I thought I heard her say she actually asked a question before the meeting, so I definitely appreciate that and hope she continues to do that. Yes, those are all my comments. Thank you.
I have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Yeah, good evening. Being somebody that was labeled enemy of the city a couple of weeks ago, I just want to remind the city manager that your $300,000 plus salary comes from people like me, the residents. So when you or anybody else that's employed by this city takes money from the city, decides you want to laugh, say terrible things, or insult us publicly, just remember you get paid off our backs, the sweat off our backs. That's where your payment comes from. So just remember that. I also want to move on to some comments that Gil Hurtado made at the last meeting. So you mentioned pictures about little girls in distribution. Now, Gil, you sat there and talked about this many times and admitted that you've done this. So can you tell us why you did that? Why would you engage in weirdo, creepy activities like that? You've already admitted you have. Tell us why. Why tell a half story? Also, you said that you didn't get paid while you were volunteering. I have recordings of you at least twice saying that you got paid. One of them you said they forged a check in your hand. Is that right? Remember that? Also, do you deny that you guys have approved tens of thousands of dollars on travel expenses, on hotel and resort stays? Am I making that up? Because one of us is lying, and I can guarantee you it's not me. Lastly, on this UUT, it's, you guys make a case. I spoke to some people about it, and you guys are terrible at presenting it to the community. You guys really are. You're not doing yourselves any favors at all. You're up and down, back and forth, sideways. You can't make a concise decision. And that projects insecurity and distrust to the community. Why should I trust you when you've gotten us into this mess and you haven't corrected yourself? You're asking for a tax with no guardrails, and we should trust you. I look at your history, I want to believe you, but your actions dictate otherwise. How can I believe that you guys will live up to your word? I might have supported it had you put a sunset clause on it. 2 years, maybe 3 years, to at least give you a chance to prove that you can spend wisely, be good stewards of our money. But I just don't trust you. It's never going to be enough money. 8%, 10%, 50%. You guys are going to blow through it because that's all you know how to do. You're fiscally irresponsible with taxpayer money, and the data proves it. Nobody trusts you guys. That's why your UUT measure will fail. Thank you.
We have caller ending in 609.
Just comes quickly. These council chambers are fully imbued with misinformation. You not only have a financial deficit, but you also have a deficit of the public trust. A lot of this is because a lot of you are history revisionists. To the general public, I say unto you, the Southgate City Council did not declare a fiscal emergency, but they're going to lie to you and tell you that there is one. You, the legislative body of Southgate, officially decided there was no fiscal emergency. That's the fact. That's the truth. But now you're going to outright lie to the public, telling them there is a fiscal emergency when there never was one declared. It's misleading and it's misinformation. You are intentionally conflating and twisting an official legislative position in order to find a better way to pitch your selfish taxes. It's dirty, underhanded, and it's fraudulent. Never forget, you are blatantly lying to the public and misinforming them if you use that verbiage. You are undermining the sovereignty of this council's decision. We have a city council that denied the deficit for years. Even after your former mayor, city treasurer, Greg Martinez, the fiscal reports and I brought it up multiple times. You mocked us for even suggesting it and everything about it. That is all on public record, and it's for your listening pleasure. Please feel free to review it. You don't have a fiscal emergency. You guys declared that. There is not one declared. You have fiscal mismanagement. If we, the residents, grant you UUT, we're only going to be enabling you. We're going to be rewarding you for all of the lies that you've told us and the fiscal damage that you've caused to our city and our employees. 8% for all these bills: electric, natural gas, cell phone bill, cable bill, water bill, VoIP, sewer bill. Are you going to tell the residents that 8% isn't going to hold us over for more than a few years? Is that going to be on the ballot as well? Because we know you're going to ask for more soon thereafter. 8% doesn't fix your spending habits. The only thing that's going to fix it is deep cuts, spending less, layoffs must occur. Please stop lying to the public. Thank you.
We have caller ending in 712.
Good evening, Council. I would like to respectfully request that the city consider asking all management and supervisory employees to share in the sacrifices currently made by the rank and file workforce. As employees are being laid off, reassigned, or asked to perform the duties of multiple positions without additional compensation, many are carrying a significant heavier workload while facing a very uncertain future. At the same time, supervisors who are overseeing multiple divisions receive additional compensation and titles for their expanded responsibilities. In the interest of fairness and demonstrating solidarity with the city employees, I would ask department heads to voluntarily accept a 10% reduction in pay during this challenging fiscal period for our city. Such a gesture would show the employees and the residents that leadership is also willing to share in the harder burden and committed to helping with the city's essential services. A temporary reduction in management compensation could help offset some of the cuts demonstrated by everyone, regardless of the position, in contributing to the city's financial challenges. Leadership is most effective when it is led by example. Asking employees to do more with less while management remains unaffected sends the wrong message. A shared sacrifice approach would go a long way towards boosting morale and restoring confidence both among the employees and the community. Thank you. And I also have two questions. Have you guys gone to resorts and casinos on the tax dollar dime? And which of the council has spent the most money on going to venues? And which has spent none? If that could be answered, thank you.
Anybody else?
We have no other.
Any emails, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one from Angie Torres, who expresses concern regarding the disparity between management salaries and those of rank and file employees during the city's financial challenges. She urges the city council to consider temporary management salary reductions of possible 5 to 10% as a way to help reserve employee positions, maintain community services, and demonstrate solidarity with frontline workers before implementing additional layoffs or service reductions. And then one from Claudia Rivera, who acknowledges the city's fiscal challenges and the need for difficult budget decisions, but expresses concern that many of the affected employees are among the city's lower paid workers who provide essential services. She requests consideration for a temporary 5% reduction in management salaries as a shared sacrifice measure to demonstrate fairness, unity, and support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and close the public comment section and go to reports from city officials. Public
Mayor,
Works?
I don't have any comments today.
All right, thank you. Parks and Recs?
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. So I have a couple things to report on. Number one,
happy to report that our swimming pool is now open. So excited and thankful to Public Works for taking care of some of the issues that were there at the pool, some of the leaks. And then also the swim stadium scoreboard has been installed at the swim stadium, so that's exciting as well. I know it's a long time coming for the CDBG project. So we're hoping that tomorrow they can do the finalization of the programming on it and it can be up and running. With touchpads, yes, with touchpads. And then this Thursday at the pool, we will have we're participating in the world's largest swim lesson at 12 o'clock. So if you're not busy, stop by at 12 p.m. at the pool to participate in that fun event. And then also on Thursday, we have our Street Soccer USA and the city will be holding our viewing party over at Hollydale Regional Park. So we're excited for that. It's a full days of events, starting with some open play and some tournaments with AYSO, the girls and boys teams, and then followed by our viewing party in the evening from 6 to 9. And if you're interested, please register. You can look online. We have our flyer and a QR code to register because their space is limited. We will have food trucks out there. We'll have some vendors out there and just a good time for the family. So bring your lawn chairs and blankets and join us out at Hollydale this Thursday. And then also on Saturday, we have the Zine Fiesta taking place at the museum from 1 to 5 on the 27th. And then lastly, July is our Parks Make Life Better month, which was announced earlier at the 5 o'clock meeting. And so we're very, very excited. I don't know if Yodi can put up the little slide, but very, very excited. This year's the theme for Parks Make Life Better month is the power of Parks and Recreation. And our staff have done a great job of putting together events or programs and kind of bringing back some of the old school Parks and Rec programs. I know it's something that, considering the financial situation that our city's in, we've done a lot of work to try to figure out how we can still move things forward and still provide great programming for the community. And so a lot of this programming is just utilizing resources we already had, utilizing staff that are already scheduled so that we're not adding additional costs to our department or to the city. And just very, very excited. And like I said, the theme is the power of Parks Recreation. So the power of connection, play, community, nature, belonging, and well-being. And when you look at the program that we have planned out, that's exactly what we're doing, is just bringing those things to the community. So if you're free and you have kids, it's actually a family event. So come on out and join us for these events. And that's the QR code there on the flyer for the watch party. But like I said, you could check that on social media. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Community development.
Mayor, no updates from our department.
Oh,
good.
Yes.
I have one more that I forgot. Next week is 4th of July. I almost forgot it. It's here. So our carnival takes place next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So Thursday and Friday from 5 to 11, Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 11, with the fireworks show being on Saturday evening. And just a reminder that that the fireworks are paid for with the money that we receive from the carnival, from our spring carnival, and from the one we're having this next weekend. So come out and join us.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Mayor, we have just one announcement. We started providing notice to the public that the new payment portal for utilities is going to go live August 3rd. So for residents, it just means an easier tool to use and will require registration. So if you're currently on auto pay, you will need to re-register under the new system in order for that auto pay to take effect. Our staff is available for questions as the new system rolls out. Thank you.
Human Resources.
We have no updates at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. PD.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As our community enjoys the excitement of the ongoing FIFA celebrations and we prepare for Independence Day's festivities, I want to remind everyone to celebrate safely and responsibly. I want to also touch on the fact that the only fireworks permitted within the city of Southgate are the State Fire Marshal approved Safe and Sane fireworks, which may be purchased from authorized local fireworks stands in the city. We do have a Southgate Municipal Code that prohibits the sale, possession, purchase, and use of any fireworks that are not classified as safe and sane. In simple terms, fireworks that launch into the air, explode, or create aerial displays are illegal within our city limits. Individuals found in violation of the city fireworks ordinance are subject to significant fines. For example, the first offense is $1,000, the second offense is $1,500, and the third offense is $2,000. Additionally, depending on the quantities and method of possession of illegal fireworks or storing of fireworks, people are subject to arrest and prosecution. Every year, communities throughout Southern California experience serious injuries, permanent disabilities, and even fatalities resulting from improper storage or use of illegal fireworks. These fireworks also pose significant fire danger, threatening homes, businesses, vehicles, and public spaces. I strongly encourage all residents to refrain from using illegal fireworks and keep our community safe. I also want to remind people that discharging firearms into the air or in any unsafe manner is strictly prohibited and subject to arrest and prosecution. I ask our community for cooperation in making this holiday season safe and enjoyable for everyone. By celebrating responsibly, we can protect our families, neighbors, first responders, and keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you. Just wanted to pull up two items, both related to trying to be more streamlined, trying to be creative, trying to balance the need for more revenues with being smarter. And I think two items could be highlighted that happened tonight. One is partnering with our nonprofits and looking at that partnership where currently we are providing space for many of them to have their meetings at no cost. So there is a cost to the city, but then those nonprofits being aware of that and being willing to do something like our Women's Club, for those that may have missed it earlier tonight, willing to donate an appliance, an ice maker, because they see the need versus saying the city's on the hook. We want free space. We want free plant. They see the trade-off in that partnership. So that's really a neat, very generous offer from them to see that need and try to build a bridge to some of those funding concerns. And then our new Parks Director, Tina, highlighting the July schedule, which flashed up for a second, but she's adding new programs in the headwinds of cuts with existing limited staff. This is the reduced staff load, but she's taking part-timers and other staff that are there to monitor the fields and the pool, but using any spare time they have to put on mini camps and allow kids to get out there with some supervision to play pickleball or use facilities and find smart new ways to try to help our community and not impact the budget. So I appreciate all these efforts that are going on. We're going to continue to do those and highlight those because, as I think everyone's mentioned, although we need more revenue, we also have to have new ways of doing things. We're trying to do both.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. There's a public member that spoke about audio tapes of the city council meetings. I just want to remind the public that the official record of our city council meetings are the minutes that are part of our agenda that are voted on and approved by the city council. The video, the audio, that's not part of the city's official record. We make it available for the public to view and so forth, but I really think that our focus should be on protecting the quality of the minutes, and that's really my focus. Is I won't be undertaking any activity as requested by the public comment speaker because I'm guided by the proper process here, which is to focus on the written minutes that are adopted by the city council as the official record of what has transpired.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Treasurer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a few residents that have reached out requesting for more information, whether it's social media or on our website, regarding incidents that might impact our community. Specifically, they had concerns over the Boyle Heights fire and the air quality as their children go out to play sports. And also, still ongoing concerns over the cleanup process, over the East LA oil that spilled into our waterways, which is still coming down the Los Angeles River. So questions on containment, contamination, a lot of environmental concerns with, recent activities. So I think we should have a section or a method to keep our residents updated with information that's being shared through, county or state channels, just so they could stay aware. Even if it doesn't happen in our city, directly in our city, it does impact them. They want to know if they should be concerned and what the latest information is. Thank you.
And thank you for that comment. I was on a conference call with our LA County Supervisor, along with our Chief Manny, regarding the Boyle Heights fire, and they both, the LA Public Health, LA County Fire, and LA County Supervisor all acknowledged that there was a lack of communication that came from those agencies to the local cities. We reached out and got as much information as we could. I publicly just posted what we had from AQMD, which is our local agency when it comes to air quality. And I highlighted their website and their link, and also their app. So if residents are not aware, there is a app for AQMD where you can actually download, and it'll give you daily updates on air quality. And if you're in the area of where there's a potential for air quality particles in the air where it could be damaging or harmful for you, it will notify you. I downloaded that app because, as you know, I'm a coach at the JA, and one of the things that we were worried about was we had games going on, and I was concerned if there was going to be any potential of that being harmful for those players. And when we looked at the map, our area around Southgate Park and really most of Southgate was not in the orange or red. We were pretty green, and then we were very lucky because of the winds in our city. I will tell you that. So, but this morning, AQMD did release that there was an air purifier, potential for people to request air purifiers in the affected areas. So East LA, Boyle Heights, near Commerce. So I posted that so that way any resident in our city who has any friends or family who are in the affected areas can share that link, so that way they can apply for those free air purifiers. Also, Hilda Solis's office is going to be doing a giveaway this weekend on Saturday. So, but yeah, a lot of good information. We need to do better, and we're definitely working with our local officials to make sure that they give us here locally more information quicker, so that way we can relay it to our residents. But thank you for that information. City Clerk?
I have nothing to add. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Avalos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely want to wish the community a happy 4th of July. Please use the Safe and Sane fireworks that are for sale this year. And it does help some of our nonprofits. I will also be representing the California educators in Colorado this July, next week, as a delegate for the National Educators Association. So I won't be in town, but hopefully I'll be back by the next council meeting. City Attorney, I have a couple of questions just because they were raised by one of the ladies here in council chambers. What would this council need to do to put a ballot measure, possibly in November, and hopefully it's not going to cost us more, for term limits, as well as putting it in for districts? Again, we talk about our surrounding cities. They have term limits and they have districts. Southgate does not.
I don't have the information to be able to respond to that question.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So a few meetings ago, there was a comment that was made in a discussion about the user's utility tax. The comment was that it was going to cost just $500. Well, while that amount may seem small, many residents in our community would disagree. for families that are struggling with rising costs for housing, food, transportation, and utilities, $500 can make a significant difference in someone's budget. This raises a broader question about fairness and the concept of personal choices. At various public meetings and community events, there have been discussion about personal responsibility and the choices that individuals make regarding their finances. However, many residents do not have access to the same opportunities, benefits, or resources that are available for those that serve in public office. Many of our residents are unemployed, underemployed, or working poor just to make ends meet. They don't receive taxpayer-funded insurance, vehicle allowances, or other benefits that may be available through public service. When families face unemployment, retirement, or financial hardship, they must often absorb those costs themselves. Likewise, many residents do not have a pension or a retirement benefit and must pay for their own health care and living expenses. Yet taxpayers often are asked to fund benefit packages that exceed what many in our community can access themselves. It is reasonable to ask whether public resources are being allocated in the most effective way possible. The funds dedicated to benefits could potentially be used for other community priorities, such as increasing our staff levels, improving services, or creating a more full-time employment opportunities within our city for our part-timers. The purpose of raising this issue is not to focus on any one person, but rather to encourage a broader discussion about accountability, consistency, and responsible use of taxpayer dollars. If personal responsibility and personal choice are principles that we encourage residents to embrace, then those same principles should be part of the conversation when discussing or making decisions regarding publicly funded benefits. So the taxpayers do deserve transparency and a fair discussion about how their money is being spent and whether those expenditures reflect the realities faced by the residents' hard-earned money. So there has been a lot of discussion in regards to the compensation package that council members get, or elected officials, because it's not just the 5, it's the 6. So I'm going to give you numbers of all of the benefits that council gets. These amounts are annually. Car allowance, $30,000. Communication allowance, $6,000. Long-term disability, $124.80. 1959 survivors benefit, CalPERS, $55.20. Superior vision, $668.72. PERS retirement, $18,1770. Deferred compensation plan, $15,200. HMO Blue Shield, $1,835.82. Kaiser, $51,535.16. HMO Dental, $930 with 96 cents. HMO PPO Dental Insurance, $980 with 89 cents. Cash out medical, $360 per month, $4,327 with 20 cents. Life insurance, $419 with 40 cents. The total package benefit for 5 elected officials that are up on this dais is to the tune of $130,095.85. This is not including the $1,900 stipend, which equates to $104,500, for a total of $234,595.85. I was asked a question by one of our residents not too long ago. Ms. Avalos, why did you run for office? Was it for the benefits or was it to serve your community? I asked my colleagues the same question, to which I responded, I'm here to serve you. and I think I'm doing that from this dais, that our community is obviously in a financial, fiscal emergency because they don't have any other way of making ends meet when some families are having 2 or 3 jobs. The benefits that I just indicated were here when I was elected. However, given the financial strain that the city is in right now, might be a good time for us to revisit them and make changes. And as noted, it is not a fiscal emergency. However, we do have a spending problem. And I think we need to start looking at ourselves, as some of the speakers have indicated. It begins with leadership. And I don't have a problem looking at those benefits and saying, you know what, we need to make changes, not just for this council, because that could have saved an employee's position. But that's just us 5. We have good packages, benefit packages for top management. Somebody asked, can they take a 10% reduction? I don't know. I can't speak for them. But all of those are solutions that could have been made before putting it on the backs of our residents. But again, I'm just 1 vote. I'm not in the majority, as you all can see. So with that, I would hope that the community really takes it to heart in November. However you vote is your personal choice. That vote will be into into the future, into perpetuity, which means it's not going to go away until you, the residents, bring it back. I asked this council, can we do a sunset clause? With the sunset clause, I think the community would have had a little bit more trust in this council. Unfortunately, that was not the case. My recommendations were not heard, and that's fine. This is a democratic process, and everyone's entitled to their opinion as well as their vote. So come November, Southgate residents, you have an opportunity to make that voice heard. Thank you.
Councilwoman?
I don't have any further comments, and
No.
All right. Councilmember Hurtado? Just before you speak, I do want to just address one of the comments that was made, and I just want to first start off by saying, there was a comment made by a person on the phone or on Zoom regarding, again, the allegation of distributing photos and stuff like that. I just want to touch on that because I think I've been with you on certain occasions where there's been aggressive conversation or aggressive individuals coming towards you at a park, asking you, is it true? And being very aggressive with you at the park, right? And I think that these kind of comments and these kind of things are very dangerous because it puts people at risk. It puts our council members at risk. It puts anybody at risk. And I just want to make sure that we address that. I think that there's a potential for danger for anybody of our council when things like this happen. And also to address that they're not true, right? That when you spread false information out there, it's just not true. And then you can put somebody at risk. And I, just want to apologize that this is happening because I know your character, I know who you are, and I apologize.
Thank you. So first I'll address the meeting I attended with the ICFA and the real important issue there. And I asked Gabe to join me so he can listen to one of the projects, and that is with the opportunity for housing assistance. So again, I asked them to reach out to the ICFA folk and try to get more information so we can bring resources over to our community. So thank you for joining me. And hopefully we can get a little bit more information. And then from the previous meeting, the SOMA, the solar powered information, if we can get that to a lot of the facilities that are out there that can probably benefit from that for our residents. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So where do I start? So let me go ahead and address that one. Robert Montalvo has been attacking me with a false allegation saying that I've admitted to taking photos of little girls. Never, ever did that happen. Didn't happen, will not happen. In fact, because he kept on making those allegations, one of my friends, a board member of the Southgate Junior Athletic Association, reached out to the then city manager. And I'm going to submit this letter for the record. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I'll just read this. And it was addressed to Ms. Escobar, and it has to do with the comments that are being made about me. And it says, please assure the parents and volunteers of the JA that the city takes seriously their safety and would not permit any individual to be associated with youth who had any hint of such deplorable crimes involving children. These claims are false and appear to be only stated to make residents fearful of and angry at Mr. Hurtado and the city as well. And it goes on to say, you know, it's just a false thing. So if you can pass that on, make it available. That's from the city manager back in 2023 that he had to look into with our police staff to see if there's any allegations whatsoever. Now, Mr. Montalvo made that claim, and after it failed, he made a podcast in which he accused JA board members of taking his daughter, placing her at a stool at a hospitality lounge of the American Legion to forcefully have her drink alcohol. That's also not true. And it's very dangerous for someone to go out and make that kind of comment. He has a history of making comments that are just baseless, off the cuff, absolutely no truth to it whatsoever. He made a comment about going to casinos and hotels. It's already been talked about multiple times. There was 3 members of the police department that went to a meeting of some sort. Again, I don't want you to go through the whole thing again. What was that again? That was back in September of last year?
Yes, sir. We sent a group of female officers to a leadership training and ended up staying at a hotel that was the hosting hotel for the venue.
That's right. And he used the image of a city warrant report that indicated the 3 employees and attributed to us 3. So he said tonight one of us is lying, and he's absolutely right. But it ain't me. I think the records show that it was 3 members of the police department that went to a training session, and they went to it's a resort. They didn't choose the place, but that's where they go. Mr. Buckley has been making comments also, and I'm concerned about him because, you know, he talks about transparency, and yet on his page, he's kicked out every single person who's ever made a comment that he disagrees with, but he wants to come in and say transparency, transparency. Back when we were friends, he actually went as a result of Montalvo's comments attacking the Southgate Junior Athletic Association. He was invited to go and visit the JAA. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm also going to put this for the record. And it says, and this from Thomas Buckley, thank you so much, Gil. It was amazing to see all the hard work, scheduling, accounting, etc., that you all put into the JAA to make this a reality for kids. So there's a whole lot more into it, but in short, he appreciated the work that we were doing. But at some point, he disagreed with something that I did not want to go along with. And since that day, all it is attack after attack after attack. I don't comment on his page anymore because my comments get blocked. Now, listen to me carefully. I didn't say he blocked me. I left his page voluntarily, but he blocks my comments. There's no sense in me being on that page. So I'm going to turn that in as well. And again, I think what people need to do is pay close attention. If you're on social media, pay close attention. There was a young lady who was killed by ICE back at the beginning of the year. And Mr. Buckley made a very horrible comment about her. And there's a young lady who wrote, Thomas Buckley, wow, that's such an insensitive comment. As someone involved in community matters, I thought you would be better. Who laughs and makes a mockery of somebody getting killed by ICE? But yet he wants to come in here and be the Jiminy Cricket of the city, the moral conscience of people. Keep that also as a record. Now, transparency. And again, we come in here to govern, not to politic. And the comments by Ms. Avalos, you know, when she got into the office, she went into former mayor of Southgate, Henry Gonzalez, a well-respected man, and she used that office. She didn't like the color of the paint. So she ordered staff to go out and buy the color of paint that she wanted and paid overtime. None of the rooms I've ever held here since 2005 has ever been changed for my benefit. I've never had people come in on overtime. She goes to functions. I'm sorry, I'm talking right now. You're welcome to talk later on. She goes to a function, drives. Yeah, we all get gas allowance. But on top of the gas allowance, she wants to get reimbursed for gas on top of it. For what? You know, she didn't like the furniture in that office, ordered $10,000 worth of furniture. I had to call the city attorney and say, you better tell her to cancel that. She didn't cancel it because she saw the bill. She canceled it because she was told, Gail's going to bring this up at the next meeting. And she wants to save your dollars? No, man. You know, when I go to functions, I don't use your taxpayer money. I pay out of my pocket. If I stay at a hotel, I pay for it. But, you know, that's not her. If I go out for a meal, I pay for it. She orders a steak, filet mignon, $110, I think it was. And she wants to act here like she's saving your taxpayer money. She's cost you more money than anything else. You know, this is just the way it is. We come here to serve. We come here to make sure that we listen to staff, listen to people. I've met with the Pichardos at their place. And, you know, not once, but twice. And they act like we're not trying to help them out. We tried. But our municipal code is the municipal code that we can't accommodate them. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. You know, and so, again, I think it's important that people understand. I'm willing to sit. I met with the two young ladies here, and I've told them, let me know when you want to sit down and meet with me again. Anytime anybody wants to meet with me, I'm there. I'm available. I'm concerned also about, you know, I heard Mr. Pelayo a little while ago say that, you know, the city's not having, you know, any issues. They've been invited to sit with staff, but they think it's a waste of time. In fact, I've given him my card myself so that he can sit down with me. He won't do it. He says he's data-driven. He said that during the meeting. Data-driven. What data does he use? The data doesn't show that. So again, I want people to know the truth. We're here to operate. We're here to function with the information that's provided. And many times we do our own research. And again, I appreciate you making a comment earlier because, again, it is horrible to see Montalvo continuously attack. I've been ignoring him. But tonight, because he made those horrible comments, I needed to address. And I think my colleagues know who I am as an individual. I don't do that kind of stuff. I've been happily married for 45 years, got grandchildren. I got children, you know, I take care of them. I got a grandson who's on the spectrum. I love them all. You know, I've coached for many years, and these insults that come from them, you know, for the most part, I just ignore them. But hearing him tonight, I needed to address it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here, staying here late, and those that are watching tonight, appreciate your civic duty here tonight. I want to thank the diversity of opinions, of views. That's important for us to get different points of views, and so we could kind of learn and form ourselves in regards to the community. So couple of things. I know that I'm going to respond to some of the folks that came. Use my time for that. The sunset clause. I think we talked about it internally, but I think I wouldn't mind as bringing it up for discussion. I think in the interest of transparency, I think it's important. I mean, I would be one that would support a discussion on it. If so, there's another council, but I think it's important that we discuss it so people. So thank you. In terms of the video, I wish that we could improve the video. I mean, so we could see some of the folks. I mean, are we going backwards? We used to have video of the public comments. I mean, Luis, can we do something to improve that? I mean, because, you know, I like to see who's talking. I mean, I just, you know, hear from the community, we just hear voices. And the chamber is not I don't have the best hearing, but the echoing in the room. So whatever we could do, and I think you said that we're going to try to at least work on improving the system.
Yes, we have, we just issued a contract to a vendor to address some of the technology needs in this chamber related to SB 707 compliance. The video that folks see on YouTube, the intent is for folks on Zoom to be able to see that video, but I don't think there's any plans that I'm aware of or direction that I've received from the city manager or the city council to work on a solution to show video of users at home. That's not currently in the work plan.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, I think this would be a good time to review SB 707 so that council as well as the community understands what the requirements are. Because when I read it, part of that requirement was video.
That's not true. And we did have a presentation that went over all of SB 707 a while back. We can always share that presentation again with you if you'd like.
I think so, because my interpretation is that it is required and that's part of the SB 070. I want to make sure we are in compliance and not out of compliance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, the intent. Go ahead.
I was just wanting clarity. It was very quick. You had a request to bring something back. I heard I think a quick second, but could I get clarification of what that topic was and that we do have a second?
Oh, the topic of sunset clause?
For the
just to have a
UT measure?
discussion. Yeah, to have an open discussion. I mean, to be deliberate about it. I think if the public thinks that that's important, we should at least have that conversation and get the various views on it. Just to have a discussion, I think it's important out of transparency.
I would second that.
Yeah. And again, with the video and the communication, I think we shouldn't, the law is one thing, it's the minimum requirement, but I think we should work towards, you know, whatever improves communication here with the residents and the public. I think we should strive for that.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I can add to that, what you received previously, as far as Zoom, it was never video. What you did get was something like this, which you knew who was on there, and you were able to see the participants. You never, ever, ever got any Zoom video, as long as I've been here. In
Oh,
2022.
okay, maybe. Okay, because I remember we used to see folks.
The only video that
They used
you've
to see avatar. They used to put like an avatar photo of themselves.
The only video that you've gotten has been a council member that had to have been on camera all the time.
Okay, all I'm asking for is just to try to improve the system, so make it easier, more user-friendly. That's all I'm asking for. And then I'm glad you responded to Ms. Medina, Gloria Medina. She talked about the event that they're having and how, you know, I guess, you know, they have a lot of events, a scholarship event. Does that mean that interpreting what you stated with some of the nonprofits, because I know that we're into a new fiscal year starting next week. Does that mean that nonprofits like hers have to pay, or is she going to get exempt? Because they are providing scholarships. They're doing things that benefit the community on a volunteer basis. So I wanted to get some feedback.
Yeah, I'm not sure the scope of this part of the discussion, but the answer is we brought forth a number of extensions that were approved by council that we are taking out of our reserves, and one of them was to extend the nonprofit exemption until the end of this calendar year. So at the end of December, they wouldn't have to pay between now and the
Okay,
end
so
of December.
that's all. I just want to clarify.
If the measure passes, then council would likely extend that. If it doesn't pass, the intent would be in January, all the groups start paying.
Okay, and then I know that my colleague talked about salaries and all that. I just want to, so the public knows, we're the lowest paid, the council right here, the lowest paid personnel on the city budget. Maybe with the exception of the part-time employees. I mean, $700, that's what I was reading up until 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, and it went up only because the law changed. And so, I mean, so I don't know where that's going. Let's see what else. Look, I think what the council's trying to do and staff is be very deliberative about what's going on internally with the finances and let the community know. I think the mayor, myself, other council members have asked, let's have a conversation. If you could be critical, and I appreciate people being critical of what the council is doing or staff is recommending, but I appreciate also bringing solutions forward, not just critique. And we haven't seen heard a lot of solutions. And that's what's missing. So anybody could take shots at folks here up on the dais, but I think we want to hear some of the solutions. I mean, moving forward, I think it's important that we want to come together as a community. I think that's important. So keeping that in mind, I think all of us want to meet with folks, but if people don't want to meet with us, they want to be critical. I mean, that doesn't get us anywhere. I mean, so I want to throw that out again. I know the mayor's said that. I've said that. Folks want to, we don't want to be the only ones that make decisions, but you have to kind of want to meet us halfway. Meet with us. Tell us what some of those ideas are, and then we can move forward. Yes.
Oh, as soon as you're finished, council member, I'd like to ask you to take a quick break, if we could. When you're done with your comments, not before, but when you're done with your
My
comments.
time?
No, when you're done with your comments. I just want to take a break. When you're done with it.
Oh, okay.
I don't want you to finish your comments prematurely.
Okay. Let's see. I'll finish up real quick. I don't try to take too much time. I think in the end, we want to build trust. There's a lot of criticism about lying, about misinformation. Look, I think we're an open book. We've been hearing these comments from some of the folks that have been commenting for years, and it's just a difference of opinions. It's not nothing. I think that's what it is, and and we want to find a way to come together. I think that's what I'm calling on the community. Come find a way to work together. This is one community. We don't want to be like the federal level, like how they're divided. We want to work together, find common ground where issues we could agree and move this city forward. Because what will be up on the November ballot is the quality of life of this community moving forward. I mean, real important issues. And I think all of us have the best interests of the community. And that's why we're here. And so work with us. We'll listen. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a break. we're ready. And let me just report. Can I just do my report?
Can you do it after we leave?
Yeah, I'll do it after, so I can do it. My report of one to myself. Just really quick, there was some comments online regarding the notification that went out regarding the Habitat for Humanity project, Gabe. That went out, that notice. There was a radius around in the back, and there was some confusion regarding what that radius meant. Some people were saying, is this where all the townhouses are going to be? I think what we can do, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty easy to fix. Maybe we can kind of just clarify in that notice that the radius is just everybody who's being notified related to this project because they live within a certain footage. It's not really stated on the notice. It just kind of shows a radius on there. Maybe we can just add some clarity to that notification moving forward, just to add to help them. It doesn't say it, clearly enough, right? Even though I answered it and people have spoken to them and have answered it, they still posted it and asked the question out loud. So want to just add
I just thought it was a first for me because those maps are used in every city for like 50 years, and I've never heard anyone interpret the notice area as being a bulldozed flat and then changed or something. So that it's good to learn new things.
Yeah, but I want to make sure that if we can make it easier for everybody, let's try our best to do that. And if we can do that, let's do it. And then, very excited about the way the discount card has been received by all the businesses that have been participating. So we have, for those residents who are here, we have about 18 restaurants, I believe it's 18 restaurants that are participating in the discount card program. I was reached out by a bunch of the local restaurants asking if we were doing any kind of grant programs during the summertime because it was getting kind of difficult for them. I said, right now with our deficit, this is a very hard time to be asking for stuff like that. But let me see what I can do. And then I thought of, hey, would maybe adding a promotion for your business or some type of promotional event tied to the World Cup, so try to bring some more business to your location. Would that, help? We'll do it free of charge. We're not going to charge your business anything. We'll add your business to the website and our city website where we'll do promotional, items from your store. We'll do a post on our social media here. Would that help? And they're like, well, let's give it a shot. So we did it. And, I've gotten phone calls from the restaurant saying, hey, we need more of the stickers because we're running out of them. So some restaurants are getting a lot of attention, which is great. Some are saying, hey, we're not getting that much, but we're getting some, and some are repeat customers. So it's great. We still have some more of the discount cards for sale. They are $10 that we're selling for anybody who wants to purchase one. They're sold here at our city manager's office and also at our Chamber of Commerce with Anna. They're $10. Those $10 go directly to purchase the raffle prizes and also gift cards from the participating restaurants that will also be raffled off as part of the raffle. So 100% of it will go to the raffle and also to the restaurants that are participating because you're going to get the gift cards purchases. So it's going to just kind of funnel right back to them. Hopefully, you get to try some of the new restaurants that we have here and some of the longstanding restaurants that we have here. And thankful to all the businesses. I'm getting to try a lot of the local ones. Got a new favorite, Sierra Mexican Cafe. If you haven't tried it, it's a great place. It's on Tweedy Boulevard by Southeast High School. It's one of the good ones. Sunny on Tweedy, really good. And my all-time favorite, Brown Soul Brewery. Just try to promote a little bit of local businesses. So if you haven't tried it, try them. This is on until the end of the World Cup, July 19th. So please, if you can, go out and shop local. And then again, thank you to everybody who has been handling my crazy ideas with the many events. I was wondering if you can kind of just touch a little bit on the SoFi event that they had. I asked Luis how it went. He said it went well, but if from park staff, how did it go?
I wasn't able to attend. I already had another prior engagement,
Okay.
so I wasn't able to attend, but I was asking him the same thing. I didn't get much detail, but I can get it from him and I can report it.
Yeah, they had a kind of similar little watch party, smaller size there at their SoFi event in there. They had a little mini tournament as well, some food trucks there as well. So they said that it went well as well. So hoping that we have a really good turnout at our Holidale one. Really want to highlight our new soccer center. AYSO is going to be doing the tournament part of it. So excited to have all the AYSO families there who are excited to have that facility there. Really going to be a great community event. Bring out your chairs. We're going to have a lot of fun time. Hopefully we'll have a good game to watch. Hopefully USA beats Turkey. Hopefully, because because they're going to rest everybody. They already won the group, so they're going to rest everybody. And I just hope they don't do that and they win it all outright 3-0. But we'll see. So hopefully we get a good game and we get a good win. But that's all I have. Thank you. And if it's okay with the city manager, I do want to thank one of our local businesses who made a very healthy donation to our city. I met with on Monday. Was it Monday? Or last week. I met last week with Koo Manufacturing. Mr. Koo came in, said that he has seen our struggles in our city. He's seen that we've been having difficulty, but he's very appreciative of our city and what we've done for his business and what we've been able to do for his company. He spoke very highly of our city council. He said to express gratitude to our council for their work, and said that he understands that our decisions are very hard, but he respects the work that we're doing, and said that he's been watching our council meetings, and his staff has said has been watching our council meetings and understands that it's been very difficult. But he said because of the difficulty, he wanted to make a donation to our city and made a $100,000 donation from his company to us. So he requested 100,000. Yeah. So he said that he requests that it goes hopefully to a good cause, and I said to our city manager that we'll kind of brainstorm on how that will go into a certain area of need. But I want to thank Koo Manufacturing and Mr. Koo and his staff for coming and visiting. All right, that's all I got. So we'll go ahead and move on to consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are consent calendar items.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. If you have any comments regarding any of the consent calendar items. All right. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the in-person comments. Any comments from Zoom?
We do, Mr. Mayor, our first participant is Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead, Mr. Dominguez.
Yeah, Mayor, I want to tell you, that 100,000 that was gifted to the city, I'll tell you exactly what you do with it. You pour that whole 100,000 into our city's park enhancement fund. That's what you do. When you invest
I'm sorry,
in our
Mr.
parks, you
Dominguez,
invest
that's
in
not
our
on the
people.
agenda.
So
Can
that's
you-
what you do with that money.
Can you please?
As far as the consent,
Thank you.
7 and maybe 6. So 7 has to do with this. The city is now eligible to receive an additional 692,000 in Measure W regional program grant funds, and these funds are supposed to be used towards one thing and one thing only. That's Urban Orchard Park. So I want to instruct the council members to take the 692,000 and you use it to fix, repair, and restore the lights that have been ripped to shit inside Urban Orchard Park. I want every single fucking light inside Urban Orchard Park to be fixed, repaired, and restored to 100%. Every single one of those lights. On top of that, you have cameras inside of that park. Why aren't those cameras up and running? Why aren't they connected to Southgate PD so that they can see what the hell's going on in that park at night? Fix those lights so that we can so the residents can make use of their park at night, and then get those cameras up and running. The third thing I want to hit on, the old monkey is obsessed with getting rid of the algae that's inside the wetland, because the sun hits it and it just blooms. And so, as you know, the situation is happening in DC with the reflective pond or reflective pool, how that turned into a big disaster. So what they're going to do is they're going to put in algae filtration systems inside that big fucking shit. So this is what the city needs to do with the $692,000. Invest in an algae filtration system, put it inside the wetland, pump out that algae, clear it out. I don't know if it's a thing that you have to install or you put it in, you take it out every once in a while, but get us an algae filtration system for urban orchard park so we can get rid of that shit. All in with that. Oh, wait. Let me get to 6. The cow recycle thing. Does that apply to the residents, or is that just for city hall purposes with the whole cow recycle? Can we get rid of this oil and all that crap? Just some clarity on that. Thank you. I'll end with that.
We have caller ending in 609.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. Before we begin, Raul, I just would like your enforcement, please, to quell any council member that has want to make personal attacks on me just for me being critical or even criticizing the city on the way they spend money. I'd like to talk about item number 7, Measure W. But again, I'm going to go ahead and exercise my freedom of speech, and I will continue to petition my government for redress of my grievances. Any further actions from council to personally attack me, I'm going to see that as a chilling effect, not only upon myself, but any resident listening to these meetings. Measure W, item number 7, I agree. As we've talked about today, there's a lot of mistrust with the city. There's a big thing about the city using money and funds, to paint circles in the middle of our intersections. $692,000 is a lot of money, and I just want to make sure it's not wasted. Whatever you guys do, sometimes you guys do really dumb things with that money, and so please just use it efficiently. Lighting, I agree with the previous caller. I think it's a great idea. Lighting, cameras, definitely lighting. God knows that our streets need more lighting, so I would hope the same for Urban Orchard. Thank you.
Our next our next participant is Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I just want to begin. I want to make sure that my First Amendment rights are respected, and that I'm kind of concerned for my safety, as some of the things that some of these council members say, not just about me, but about people that call and express their opinions. I just want to make that clear before I speak.
Can you please stay with the items on the agenda,
It's really
please?
dangerous, what you guys do up there. So I wanted to speak on item 3. Again, I looked at it again, and doesn't seem like there's any danger assessment for moving it to 5 years. Because even at 4, we see every time, even though it doesn't rain that often, but when it does, really causes a lot of hazards. And I'm wondering if all it takes is one person to get hurt or maybe even killed by one of these trees falling, during the storm. I wonder if that's worth it. And that's really, really concerning, because again, it doesn't rain that often, but when it does, 5 years is a long time, and those trees grow really fast. And I think it's a public hazard and danger to everybody. So hopefully you can consider that when you go over this item. Thank you.
We have Ms. Liz Reese.
Hi. Yeah, I also wanted to bring up an item number 3. Again, reiterate the importance of really maintaining a healthy street canopy. I know that a lot of our trees are aging considerably and are ending their are going through the end of their life cycle. And so I really do worry that without trimming these trees and really monitoring them routinely, we will miss out on, taking some of these really damaged trees out. And they can potentially hurt people. I do worry because I don't remember when. My memory is not as sharp as it used to be, but I know that we had already reduced we had already increased the tree trimming cycle not too long ago, or at least it feels like it wasn't very long ago. And I'm really against this. I think it's definitely going to be a real hazard for our residents. As somebody who walks around a lot, that is one of my fears. Having seen how many tree limbs go down and seeing how many trees have actually gone down. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that one right next to the library on Tweedy went down and actually, I think, landed on a car. So it's, it can be extremely dangerous, and it can definitely get worse. The other item, number 7, with the Measure W funds, I think this is very much needed. I'm not really too sure, but I would like more information on how that system what the pond hasn't been working, and exactly what would be done to remediate that. I think it's a wonderful feature, the urban orchard, the water recycling or treatment pond that we have. It can be a great example for other cities, and I really do hope that we can get it to work and do its full potential, and especially seeing all the wildlife that really flourishes in that park. It'll be great to see all of them live in a healthy ecosystem. But yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have no others.
All right. Any emails, Madam?
No emails.
All right. Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Any questions before we address the comments?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions based on what we just heard. So Arturo, for item number 3, how could extending the trimming cycle affect the city's liability exposure from the 4 to the 5?
Councilwoman, the city maintains an urban forest of nearly over 17,000 trees. The trees are of numerous species and size and what have you. And so what we're doing is in shifting over from a 4-year cycle to a 5-year cycle, it's just changing the trimming patterns. The concerns arise not necessarily of the entire urban forest, but potentially some of the trees that are sizable. We have a lot of larger trees. So when there's a storm or what have you, sometimes the larger trees could get affected by the storms. And I think what we've seen in the past is not that the entire urban forest is impacted because of our maintenance practices. It's really, those one-time events and how they might affect those trees. Maybe 2 years ago, I believe it was, maybe 3 years ago, the city invested in a assessment of the urban forest with a very specific review of those potentially hazardous trees. That assessment resulted in over 1,200 trees being addressed. 540 of the most potentially hazardous trees were removed, and the other, up to 1,200 were addressed through aggressive trim. Since then, we just haven't seen those issues that we used to have when we had a 3-year cycle maintenance. Because of those trees, the city was getting a lot of claims. Issues were arising. We shift over to a 4-year cycle, and we just haven't seen the same. We think that we called it the hazardous tree mitigation program. We think that really addresses all of the concerns. So could there be a liability of a tree being impacted? I suppose in any rain event or wind event, there's always that potential. But we're making this recommendation because we think it's definitely prudent and it's reasonable to switch over to the 5-year in light of the city's past investments.
Okay, thank you. So what would be the response times that are required under this contract for emergency tree related incidents?
Yeah, the response times don't change with what we're doing here. The emergency response aspect of the contract remains exactly the same. So that doesn't change with this particular, going to a 5-year cycle.
Okay. Do you know what that response time is or no?
Usually it's within 24
24
hours. Yeah.
Okay. So for item number 4, are there any remaining outstanding LAWP permitting requirements that could generate additional amendments or delays or cost increase before the project reaches construction?
Yeah, so on item number 4 is a project where we're making intersection improvements to improve pedestrian crossings along Southern. Those intersections along Southern on the north side, they overlap into the the LADWP right away. So the project is under design right now, and the reason we're bringing it before you is because those permits are outstanding. So right now, LADWP is requiring additional design work in order to permit this project. This designer is going to do the additional work that is being requested. So is there an amendment that is going to come from that? This is the amendment that is before you. So once you approve this, they'll do the work. We'll put it before LADWP, and we should be getting permits from them.
Can you forward the designs because they're not included in the agenda item?
The actual
Designs.
the
that
design, I can
being
provide
submitted.
you some information related
Yeah.
to the design.
Yeah, 'cause I
There
looked
was
for
an
it in
email
here.
sent to the council today with that design, with the locations and what that design looks like.
Yeah.
But if that's not enough, I can definitely send you something else.
Okay. So for item number 5, do we know what the current deficit is of the street light and landscaping fund is?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So we have had that question from council in the past, and in black and white, it's just over $1.5 million. But we are doing a deeper dive into that analysis. We're pretty close to bringing that analysis to a conclusion. But based on the latest numbers, it's probably over $2 million as in terms of that deficit. But we're still confirming those numbers
Per year? Or is it-
annually.
Okay,
Annually.
per year. So at what amendment threshold would staff recommend rebidding the contract?
Yeah, so good question. So rebidding when you bid out contracts, it gives you an opportunity to vet today's market and today's pricing. Today's markets are usually not as favorable as contract markets. When you bid this contract, I believe we bid it out maybe 4 years ago or so. And so we're locked into pricing from 4 years ago, only with increases being the CPI increases. So that provides amending those contracts with those with that contract pricing in place is really favorable to the city. If we rebid this, I don't believe that we're going to net a savings at all. I think that the cost increase annually more than just the CPI. And so I just don't recommend going out to bid.
So I did the math on this, and the contract as a whole, you correct me if I'm wrong, is $4.6 million for 3 years. Is that correct? I just want to make sure.
So
Again,
this is for
because
item
they are- they
item
are-
number 5, right?
Yes. This is the company, just for the viewers at home.
Yeah, no, I
That are
don't.
responsible for maintaining our city medians as well as
No,
a new.
the contract is under 2 million. The original contract, the 4.5 number that you're talking about, that's closer to the UPS tree maintenance contract. For this particular one, the original contract was 1.3 million.
Uh-huh.
And then we've previously expanded it by 451,000.
Mhm.
And now we're expanding it by another 200,000.
So is it 1.3 million per year, or is that the total for the 3 years?
That was the total amount, yeah.
For the 3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then it's less than 4.6.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And the last one is item number 8. So what reporting mechanisms are in place to ensure that this council, sorry, this is not for you, this is for HR, and I did ask our city manager prior. So what reporting mechanisms are in place to ensure that the council receives periodic updates on workers' compensation claims and insurance performance throughout the term of this excess policy? Additionally, what is the total annual cost of workers' compensation, risk management, including claims, administration, legal expenses, and excess insurance premiums? I know you're not going to have the answers for that tonight, but again, this is an excess of workers' comp of what we're already paying. Go ahead.
Councilman Avalos, the city hasn't had an excess insurance coverage policy before. We are self-insured.
Okay.
The claims of the worker, any claim filed by an employee of the city of Southgate is managed through a third-party administrator called AdminSure. AdminSure provides reports and works with the city's outside workers' compensation attorneys. And those matters then are presented to Mr. Hamilton, the city's HR director. And together they work to resolve those within the scope of his authority, the authority of the city manager. And we then bring those as necessary to the city council for approval in closed session for any proposed resolution.
Okay, so then have you had an opportunity to review the binding documents and confirm that there are no legal concerns with the policy terms?
Well, these policy terms are standard policy insurance terms that are going to be set by the insurance company and applicable to all municipalities that go into that program. We don't really have a significant amount of leverage to negotiate on those terms.
So what's triggering the excess workers' comp? Is it because?
This is an insurance policy to cover above our contribution. So it's like getting insurance. It doesn't, we actually haven't had claims like the rate that this kicks in is if a workers' comp claim for a police officer exceeds $1 million, but for regular staff, if it exceeds $750,000. So we've actually not used this coverage in any recent time that I'm aware of, but it's there just in case. So this is different than regular workers' comp. This is excess coverage, and the premium was going to grow by $20,000. And I guess the only sort of sad upside of reducing our staffing levels by 32 positions is they calculate it by number of staff. So we were able to avoid that increase because we now have less staff to insure.
So are we anticipating having claims over that $700 million?
No, $1 million for a single claim on a police officer or $750,000 for other employees. They occasionally occur. It's sort of like having total loss for your home. The chances of it happening maybe never in your lifetime, but the risk that it could happen and how the impacts could be extremely extreme. So most of every city I've heard of carries this insurance.
I've been here for 23 years, Councilmember Avalos. I don't recall anecdotally ever presenting a case to the city council of that magnitude involving workers' comp. If it happened, I'm not recalling it as we speak, but it's exceptionally rare.
So do we my question now is, do we really need this excess?
Well,
expense
you don't
right now?
you don't need it till you need it. That's the issue, right?
Yeah.
It's a cautionary expense is what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, just real quick, on 3, the tree trimming contract from 4 to 5 years. What would constitute our total 24 hours in terms of this contract? It's being served. I mean, what does that mean? I mean.
Oh, from the time that we call them to the time that they have to report
What
to
would it
respond to an emergency.
entail? What would entail?
Usually, like if a tree falls, it would be
Oh, that's
considered
a
an
trial,
emergency, right? In a storm event, usually they come out within 2-3 hours, but that's usually when we call them and make use of that provision.
You said we have 17,000 numerous species of trees, yeah, and I get that. I noticed in some communities, some of the trees, I look at I have 2-3 trees around my house. And I know they grow pretty fast, and I've seen, because I saw the trim not too long ago, and it's going to take a little longer. How about if some of the trees are starting to come down? Is that, and where the cars are almost, because that happens in some
Yeah,
parts.
part of our, in the tree maintenance contract, we have maintenance practices that consist of a number of different things. One of those is just the grid trimming. That means that the frequency that we trim all of the trees is going to be once every 5 years. But we also have other practices in the contract. For example, if limbs are hanging a little too low and they're impeding traffic, we get a call from the public all the time. We'll go out there and we'll trim the bottom of that tree. So whenever there's issues like that, we'll still provide maintenance. That's not part of the grid trimming. That's part of other services.
Yeah, and the other thing is related to that. I just hope that if you have arborists, these people that are specialists in trees, determining what trees are more at risk of falling and all that, I think that's important. And really say, I know they're here, but I do want to save some of our trees too, not to go to, I've always been in it, because there are lungs in our community there, and I've seen a lot of trees been cut down, so just be mindful of that. And then related to the item 4, just so the public knows, we're going to get 5 or 6 or 7 crossing, improve the safety. That's a good thing, it's a safety. We've had some incidents, so I think that's really good that we're using that money for that. And I believe that's all the comments I have. And then, just the urban orchard, the one on the 600,000-700,000 for urban orchard. That's all grant money. It's not operational money. So just so folks know.
Councilmember?
Yeah. If we were not in a financial crunch, would you be still recommending a 5-year?
If we were not, I would recommend that we keep it at 4 years. So it's working well right now, but because of the financial crunch, it would be prudent to shift over to a 5 years.
Right. And I bring that up because I'm concerned about going to a 5-year cycle. Heck, I was concerned we went from a 3 to a 4-year cycle. Now going to 5 is not a good idea. I understand though. So I guess after November, we can revisit this, correct?
Yeah, I think if I could make a short comment, I think we've in the short time that we've said we have to cut everything because we don't have a way to get revenue, and we don't, many in the community maybe don't want to pay more. The decision then became we had to cut services. And so we've gone through, just in a couple of meetings, I remember, all the things that we're cutting that we shouldn't be cutting. And there's a need to restore everything. And yet everything we restore, we have to cut something else. And so we've talked about trees. Is it a good idea? No, all these things. I don't think any of these things. I think I was talking about in January starting to charge nonprofits to use our facilities. I think that's not good. I think reducing our landscape maintenance costs, probably not good. Crossing guards, not having them in September, not good. Pool closures happening in November, field closures November. Starting July, like in a week, we'll have half our graffiti cleanup crews out there. That's not going to look good. And then significantly less police on patrol. Like that's just a short list of $9.4 million. And so, we're frustrated as staff. This is not the right way to operate a city, and it's cutting our community short. And no, it's not the right thing to do. But if we just say we're not going to cut this tree trimming, that's $125,000. Where are we taking that out? Is that another police officer? Where's the cuts coming from? Everything is a bad discussion, and I don't have any answers for you. And our staff are digging everywhere we can. And yes, I think the community wants more. You guys want more. We only have so many resources.
Thank you for that short. It's actually a little bit more than I thought, because we knew the answer, right? But I wanted to make sure that it's on record that the reason this is being recommended is not because it's a good idea. It's because we have to make the cuts. So again, I I guess I support that. And thank you for number 5, indicating that the money is eventually going to come from both the gas tax and the general fund, right? Because before we would just make a report, say it's not fiscal impact, it's not to the general fund, when we know for a fact that it is, because we don't have enough money. And again, that's something that we have not addressed in decades. And I think, yeah, there's going to be a time where we're going to have to address it. And I know it's not something people want to hear, but, you know, I remember one of the comments that was made by Mr. Pelayo. He said that, you know, right now you're asking for this increase and, you know, but what about later on? You're going to ask for another and another. I can promise that we won't do that if people don't start increasing the cost to us, right? Our insurance premiums go up. We didn't cause that. Our city liability insurance went up. We didn't cause that. We cannot decide not to pay it. So when costs go up, it's like everybody else. We got business owners here. When their costs go up, they have no choice. When the product that they sell increases, they have to pass it on to the customers, you know? And so again, when I see that our costs are going up, things that we didn't cause, we have no choice but to alter how or where we get money or make other cuts. Those are the only 2 choices. Costs go up in one area, we have to accommodate that cost. So we say, do we increase revenue, which is taxes, or do we make drastic cuts? Those are the only 2 choices we got. So again, with that, thank you for adding that information. I'm going to make a motion for 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. I will be recusing myself on item 7 as the urban orchard is within 500 feet from where I live. What, no second? Okay, we got a second.
All right, we have first and second.
You want to make a motion to add 7 for yourself? Well, no, we'll do that after. Never mind. Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes, and I will be recusing myself on 280 Mile on for the item number 5, just because I live close to the 280 Mile.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes, and I will be recusing myself from item number 5 because of my home's proximity to the Firestone medium
Thank you.
maintenance.
We still have to, you guys have to take action
And can
on
I make,
7.
I'll make a motion for item number 7.
Second.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
I'm going to recuse myself due to the urban orchard being within 500 feet.
Thank you. Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios? Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead and go item number 9.
Thank you. The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for June 23rd, 2026. The grand total is $1,739,595.89, and cancellations are none. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to our city auditor, but before I do, I'm going to have our city manager make a statement.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. In reviewing the warrant register and the progress we're making on some different items, I'd recommend, if it's all right, to hold back the flock safety item for $30,000. And I'm online here. I'm having trouble finding what page that's on. But the flock safety item, we originally had talked about concerns, and that had been mentioned in news articles about the information going to, say, ICE or something. And there was an incident like that. Our police department's been researching, and there's been changes to that. But at the time when we originally were talking about budget cuts, we were talking about not having funds for the cameras that the officers wear and the flock safety cameras. We were able to find funding for the camera maintenance, which is really important, and also for flock safety due to its great ability as a tool. But I think I'd like to pull it if we could. We'd like to present next meeting on the changes that have occurred with the technology and the fact that the information is not being shared and the benefits of the camera. And so council would be aware of all that before that came through just as an approval. So if that's all right. We'd ask to have that removed and you could approve it separately at a future meeting.
So just for the record, it's removing invoice number 114878.
Correct.
And bringing it back, you're saying? Okay. For discussion. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor.
Okay, folks, any questions, comments on the warrants that are presented?
Good evening, Yancy Lopez. Just a quick question. Wanting to know where the funds were gotten for the flock system. You know, a couple of meetings ago, we were kind of informed that there was no money in the budget. And as someone who did experience an ICE incident and an assault, you know, I personally think that the flock system should not be implemented at all. So I am kind of wondering how we are able to find funds for something like that and not funds for something like Parks and Recs. Thank you.
You want to respond to that or we're going to go?
No, we'll close it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm closing the audience. Anybody on the phone?
We do have a participant on Zoom, Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I didn't understand what Houston was saying. So, because earlier in the year, the chief stated that the next fiscal year, he's not going to fund the body worn camera program. That's out. So, is Houston saying that that's now in, that the city's going to fund it for next fiscal year? Could you hit on that, please? I didn't follow that. And the thing I want to say about the warrants, council members. So, you know, going forward, I don't know how the hell you think our city is going to pay for these warrants if you fucked up and blew it with the 8% utility user tax. You know, you had your city manager and the master of coin do their presentations. I don't know how many times telling you 7% ain't going to do it. 8% is just barely going to make it. And eventually it's going to, you know, the cost drivers are going to surpass the 8%. The only way where we're going to be able to get ahead is with the 9. I don't know what the hell you people are thinking. I mean, you people truly are a bunch of bozos. I mean, you have wrecked our city and fucked our city so hard, and we lost all these key core people, staff. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You should be so ashamed of yourselves. Oh, so disappointed with you people. I'm going to end with that.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez. Okay, hearing any more?
Yes, we have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Okay. Ms. Montalvo, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Just really great to be able to talk on these items, you know, constitutional right. I just hope nobody gets triggered or upset at any comments that I make on these warrants. You know, I just wanted to say that before. I know it's kind of, it gets in your head a lot, things that are said, but, you know, I'm just speaking my opinion here, you know, using my constitutional First Amendment right. But with that said, again, I hope nobody gets triggered by anything that I say. I did have a question on a warrant that kind of stuck out. It stood out to me. Gosh, I think I lost it. But it was on a party rental. Oh, here it is. It's the item number is 896490. And it's for a reimbursement from November 17th, 2025 in the amount of $6,821.43. If you want to look at it, it is on page, oh my goodness. Well, it's on page 6.
Page 6?
So, yes, it'll be on the warrants on there. So that's really, it's really odd to me when I was going over it. Just that date. I know sometimes things like this happen, anomalies like this, but this one just kind of stood out, especially the company that used it. And then if you look 2 lines down, he's getting reimbursed again for like $200. So it looks really odd to me looking at that. And just finally, congratulations to Gil for not cussing at another meeting. You're making it through one meeting at a time. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo. Luis, did you follow the line item he was referencing?
I'll have to look at the record for his question and I'll have to get back. I don't have the answer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll get back to Mr. Montalvo or any other comments?
We have caller ending in 609.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. Yeah, I just wanted to say kind of the same thing as the last caller there. Just it's very important that we're allowed to speak our opinions, and I know sometimes you guys may not agree with it, but when it comes to items like this, it's important that you allow the community to speak. So that's really one part. The other thing is that if we can have more descriptive, I guess, descriptors on these line items. A lot of times we reference these things and they only tell us a few words. If there's any possible way, even if we had like a 2-line field, instead of it just being a 1-line, because they really are non-descriptive. They're very vague. If we could have that. But again, I just want to say, please be adults. Please allow the community to speak. It's our constitutional right. Don't get triggered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more?
We have none.
Okay, I think the item that, did you know there was Miracle Recreation Equipment that they were, does anybody know anything about that? That's for the item that they were referencing. Replace slide and canopy. I guess that's,
Plastic slide and canopy for Parks and Rec potentially, maybe a playground. We don't have that specific information.
okay.
We can
All right.
we can look it up, but
We'll look it up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna, any comments from the council on any of these?
Just a quick comment. I think to Mr. Buckley's point, I don't know, Director, if the warrants are available in CSV or Excel, so the description could be viewed and not cut off. I don't know if that's an option, but I think that would address the concern.
It is a character limit in the system.
Okay.
yeah, our ERP system is 18 years old
Yeah.
in that area, and we are starting the process to replace it, which we got to find funding for, but it's very limited and on its last legs.
Okay. Any more city clerk comments?
We have none.
Okay. Council, any comments? No comments? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the warrants as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Oh, just for the record, just also with the pulling out of the one
Yes.
item. Okay.
And you know, another point, I was trying to hear some, maybe, am I the one that's hard of hearing? I mean, there's so much static, and I know we talked about that, but that, you know, again, if we could improve some of these things, the technical, because it's hard to hear and be informed as to what's going on. I mean,
Just so you know, I'm hearing everybody pretty well. The only one that we've been having a problem with is, I don't know how Thomas is calling, but his is the one that I'm having a
Right.
difficult time.
He's the only caller.
All the other ones,
Yeah, okay, that might
Montalvo,
be.
Dominguez, all of them are fine.
Okay.
But it's his.
Thanks for clarifying that. Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila? Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right.
All right, we broke a record. We're ending early.